హాయ్ హలో అందరికీ నమస్కారం. స్టడీ ఐక్యూకి స్వాగతం. మై డియర్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, ఇక్కడ మనం తెలంగాణకు సంబంధించినటువంటి కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ అన్ని కూడా జూలై 2020 నుంచి డిసెంబర్ 2020 వరకు డిస్కస్ చేసుకోబోతున్నాం. సో ఇది తెలంగాణ కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ కి సంబంధించినటువంటి క్రాష్ కోర్స్. సో ఇందులో మీకు కావాల్సినటువంటి ఇంపార్టెంట్ కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ అన్ని కూడా ఉంటాయి. సో ఎక్కడైనా ఒకటి రెండు మిస్ అవ్వచ్చు, బట్ అన్ని ఇంపార్టెంట్ కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ ని ఇక్కడ కవర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అండ్ ఐ హోప్ దిస్ విల్ బి వెరీ మచ్ హెల్ప్ఫుల్ ఫర్ యూ in your coming examinations. So gear up your preparation and be ready for the coming examinations. And before we dive into this particular lecture, here is an update from StudyIQ. StudyIQ is providing wide variety of courses for various competitive examinations like the UPSC Civil Services and the defense examinations like UPSC CDS, UPSC CAPF. Along with that, it is also providing the study materials and the courses related to AFCAT and other examinations like the banking examinations like the IBPS and RPI exam. So even the State Public Service Commission examinations are also available. So the course related to Telangana is exclusively available with better content at an affordable cost. So please go through the StudyIQ website, or you can just simply download the Android app which is available in the Play Store, and you can get the details like the price, the course and the content. Definitely this content is one of the best content that we are providing for your competitive examination preparation. So let's move ahead and discuss many more things regarding the Telangana current affairs.
Now we are going to discuss about is Gelevan Mission. So this particular Gelevan Mission is a central government program which is being implemented in the states. So this particular Gelevan Mission, its main aim is to provide functional household tap connection. See, there are various areas, both rural and urban areas, which do not have a proper water facility. Means that kind of facility which can provide potable drinking water. So in order to eradicate that problem of not having a safe drinking water, here the government has come up with this particular program called Gelevan Mission. So as per this particular mission, its aim is to provide functional household tap connection by which the people can get water. So here 18 crore rural households of the country would be getting the functional household tap connection by the year 2024. That is the main aim. And it aims to enable every rural household to have assured availability of potable water. Potable water means that water which can be consumed by the human beings, which is healthy for them and which will not cause any kind of diseases to them, waterborne diseases, right? So that was the thing which is known as potable water. So here, as per this particular scheme, 55 liters per capita per day on a regular and long-term basis, water would be provided. How much? 55 liters per person. Okay, per person. That's why it's known as per capita, and that too per day, every day. Okay, per day. Okay, every day you will be getting 55 liters per each person, and that too in rural households. Okay, that is another aim of Gelevan Mission. And as per this particular policy, the central government would be providing the funds to the state government. Okay, so as the central government is providing the funds to the state governments have to provide certain necessary details and the way they are handling this particular program at the state level and what are the resources which they need. So simply the states would be presenting to the central government how they are implementing this particular thing. So they will submit their plan of action to the national level committee headed by the Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation of the Government of India for approval. And when all these bodies approve the request of the state government, then funds would be allocated to that particular state. So in the similar manner, Telangana government has also been allocated certain funds under the Gelevan Mission. Now that is the main thing which we are going to discuss here. So the union government has allocated 412.19 crore rupees for the effective implementation of Gelevan Mission in Telangana for the financial year of 2020 and 21, right? So here you need to understand that the funding which was provided earlier in 1920 year, so if we compare the financial year of 1920 with 2021, there is an increase in the allocation of funds, because in the financial year 2019 and 20, the allocation was just 259.14 crore rupees only. So here simply let me remind you that Jal Jeevan Mission, it itself says that it is a scheme for providing proper water availability to the public, and especially in rural areas, the safe potable water 55 liters per capita per day on a long-term basis, on a regular basis. So for this scheme, Telangana has been allocated 412.19 crore rupees for the financial year 2020-21. So that was the issue which we have discussed till now. Let's move on to the next one. Now we will discuss about the Kondapocham Sagar. Now this Kondapocham Sagar was inaugurated by Chief Minister Sri K. Chandrasekhar Rao. So this is a project under the Kaleshwaram Lift Irrigation Project, KLIP. So as a part of the KLIP, Kaleshwaram Lift Irrigation Project, this Kondapocham Sagar was inaugurated by the Chief Minister. Okay, now this was very important, and the important part was Marcook Pump House. Okay, so the Marcook Pump House was very important, and it was inaugurated on May 29, 2020 by the Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Now this Kondapocham Sagar Reservoir is located 210 kilometers away from Godavari. Okay, it is 210 kilometers away from Godavari, and it is at a height of 618 meters. Now see, the problem is that when a particular land is a terrain, a plain terrain, then definitely the water would be moving as per the gravity, and everybody would have the access to water. But here what happened in Telangana, it's not a plain area. Okay, అంటే ఇక్కడ మనకి ఎత్తు పొలాలు చాలా ఎక్కువగా ఉంటాయి. సో గోదావరి రివర్ నుంచి మిగతా తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతాలకి నీరు చేరటం అనేది కష్టమైంది, ఎందుకంటే మిగతా ప్రాంతాలు ఈ గోదావరి కంటే కాస్త ఎత్తులో ఉన్నాయి. సో అక్కడ వరకు నీరుని పంపించటం అనేది ఒక పెద్ద సాహసం ప్రభుత్వానికి. అందుకనే ప్రభుత్వాలు ఎత్తిపోతల పథకాలు తీసుకొచ్చాయి. దాన్ని మనం లిఫ్ట్ ఇరిగేషన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ అంటాం. సో అటువంటిదే ఒకటి కాళేశ్వరం లిఫ్ట్ ఇరిగేషన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్. ఇందులో భాగంగానే కొండపోచమ్మ సాగర్ కూడాను ఒకటి. దీన్ని రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయినటువంటి సీఎం కేసీఆర్ గారు మనకి శంకుస్థాపన చేశారు, ఇనాగ్యురేట్ చేశారు. శంకుస్థాపన కాదు, ఇనాగ్యురేట్ చేశారు. అంటే పూర్తయిపోయిన పని ఏదైతే ఉందో దాని యొక్క ఓపెనింగ్ అన్నమాట. సో ఇది గోదావరికి 210 కిలోమీటర్ల దూరంలో మరియు 618 మీటర్ల ఎత్తులో ఉంది. సో అంత ఎత్తులో ఉంది కాబట్టి కింది నుంచి పై వరకు ఈ గోదావరి నీళ్ళని ఎత్తిపోయటాన్ని ఎత్తిపోతల పథకం అంటారు. వెరీ పవర్ఫుల్ మోటార్స్ ఆర్ బీయింగ్ యూజ్డ్ in order to lift that particular water and put away on the other side. Okay, so that's the lift irrigation project here. So from the river to the Kondapochama reservoir, which is over 200 kilometers away, as I have told you earlier. So by using various lifts and pumps, the water is lifted to a height of over half kilometer. See, 618 meters is almost more than half kilometer height to the reservoir, and it is an engineering marvel, because see, you have a reservoir here. Okay, you have a reservoir here, and the water is somewhere flowing here. Okay, 200 kilometer away. Okay, here the Godavari river. Now the it would be like this. Okay, and means the land would be like this. So we have built a reservoir here like this. Okay, now we would be using the pumps and motors and whatnot, and we will be lifting this water to this particular reservoir, and from here we will be releasing the water to the other parts of Telangana, from where the water will go to various sections of Telangana. So this is the entire concept of lift irrigation project. So that's why it's called an engineering marvel. Nobody have thought that these particular regions, what are those regions? Let me tell you those districts here. I have written it here somewhere. Yeah, this particular Kondapochamma or let us say the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project, it will be irrigating 2.85 lakh acres in Siddipet, Sangareddy, Medak, Yadadri, Bhonagiri and Mechal, Malkajgiri districts. So these are the areas which would be getting benefited by the Kondapochamma Sagar, which is an important part of the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project. Okay, so this particular Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project, which is meant for supplying the irrigation water as well as meeting the drinking purposes of the people. Okay, so this particular project or the reservoir would be having a capacity of 15 TMC. Okay, now what do you mean by TMC? 1000 million cubic feet. That's the abbreviation of TMC. 15 TMC is the capacity of this particular reservoir. Now this Kaleshwaram lift irrigation scheme of Telangana is a multi-purpose irrigation project which is on Godavari river, as I have told you earlier, in Kaleshwaram, Bhupalpalli of Telangana. Okay. Now this project starts at a point where this Pranahita and Godavari river meet each other. ఎక్కడైతే ప్రాణహిత మరియు గోదావరి నదులు కలుస్తాయో ఆ చోటనే మనకి ఈ కాళేశ్వరం ఎత్తిపోతల పథకాన్ని నిర్మించడం జరిగింది. ఈ కాళేశ్వరం ఎత్తిపోతల పథకంలో ఒక భాగం ఏంటి అంటే కొండపోచమ్మ సాగర్. దాన్నే ఇక్కడ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ప్రారంభించడం జరిగింది. సో అందుకనే మనం పూర్తిగా కాళేశ్వరం లిఫ్ట్ ఇరిగేషన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ గురించి కూడా చర్చించుకుంటున్నాం ఇక్కడ. నెక్స్ట్ మనం చూసుకున్నట్లయితే ఒరిజినల్ గా మనకి ఈ ప్రాణహిత చేవెళ్ళ ఒక ప్రాజెక్ట్ మనకి 2007లో స్టార్ట్ అయింది అనమాట. దీన్నే ప్రాణహిత చేవెళ్ళ లిఫ్ట్ ఇరిగేషన్ స్కీమ్ అనేవారు. అంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ మరియు తెలంగాణ విడిపోక ముందు, విభజనకు ముందు దీని పేరేంటంటే ఈ స్కీమ్ కాళేశ్వరం లిఫ్ట్ ఇరిగేషన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ స్కీమ్ పేరు ప్రాణహిత చేవెళ్ళ లిఫ్ట్ ఇరిగేషన్ స్కీమ్. సో అప్పట్లో కాంగ్రెస్ ప్రభుత్వం ఉండేది. కానీ తరువాత ఎప్పుడైతే టిఆర్ఎస్ ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిందో తెలంగాణ ఏర్పడ్డాక అప్పుడు దీన్ని ఈ ఒరిజినల్ గా ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రాణహిత చేవెళ్ళ ప్రాజెక్ట్ ని కాళేశ్వరం ప్రాజెక్ట్ గా 2014లో నామకరణం చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ద మెయిన్ ఎయిమ్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ స్కీమ్ ఈస్ టు బ్రింగ్ డ్రింకింగ్ వాటర్ అండ్ ఇరిగేషన్ టు ది బ్యాక్వర్డ్ ఏరియాస్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ, అండ్ దోస్ ఏరియాస్, some of those areas are Siddipet, Sangareddy, Medak, Yadadri, Bhonagiri and Mechal, Malkajgiri districts. And not only that, this will also help to restore the groundwater level to its original state by the way of shifting from usage of groundwater for irrigation to usage of surface water. See, the thing is that in Telangana, as these particular regions which were not having access to rivers, these particular regions were too much dependent on the groundwater sources which were very less. So the state was not doing well in terms of agriculture because of this thing. Now they are not having access to the rivers and they are not having access to the groundwater also. So now that was the problem. But with this particular Kaleshwaram project, what will happen? Not only these backward regions will get the river water for irrigation and drinking purposes, but the groundwater will also get recharged, because of which they can have the water during the summer season from the ground also. Okay, so that's the another additional benefit of this Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project. Now this project will also support Mission Kakatiya, Mission Bhagiratha, which are the schemes designed to provide drinking water to many villages and improve the capacities of tanks. Okay, so this Mission Kakatiya was a concept which was earlier existing during the rule of Kakatiyas. Okay, they built so many tanks and small lakes so that they can store the rainwater with which they can provide water to the various areas of the Telangana. Okay, so based upon that particular thing, this Mission Kakatiya was launched. So the estimated cost of this Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project was around 3,500 crore rupees. So that was the cost of this Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project. So overall, this was the story of Kondapochamma Sagar, which was a part of Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project. Okay. So now let's discuss about the Indira Gandhi International Airport that is in Hyderabad. So now why this particular thing is in news? Because there is something called as Airports Council International ACI Asia Pacific Green Airports Recognition to 2020. So actually what happened is that this particular ACI, it started recognizing those particular airports in the Asia Pacific region which are performing well in terms of the water management, the waste management, and how it is helping the mankind in a ecological way. So keeping that point in view, it started giving awards. So here the Hyderabad airport, the GMR led Hyderabad International Airport received the highest platinum recognition in the Airports Council International Asia Pacific Green Airports Recognition 2020. So it was an airport which had passengers among about 15 to 35 million passengers, okay, per annum. సో ఒక సంవత్సరానికి 15 నుంచి 35 మిలియన్ ప్యాసింజర్లు ఈ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ ద్వారా సేవలు అందుకున్నట్టుగా ఇక్కడ మనకు తెలుస్తుంది దీని ద్వారా. సో దిస్ పర్టికులర్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ కౌన్సిల్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఏసియా పెసిఫిక్ అనౌన్స్డ్ ది రిజల్ట్స్ ఆఫ్ రీజియన్స్ యాన్యువల్ గ్రీన్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ రికగ్నిషన్ 2020 ఫర్ ఎఫిషియంట్ వాటర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్. ఏసియా పసిఫిక్ రీజియన్లో బెస్ట్ వాటర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ ఎవరైతే చేపడుతున్నారో, ఏ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ అయితే చేపడుతున్నాయో అటువంటి ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ ని ఇక్కడ గుర్తించటమే ప్రధాన ఉద్దేశంగా ఈ యాన్యువల్ గ్రీన్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్స్ రికగ్నిషన్ 2020 అనేటువంటి ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ లో భాగంగా హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉన్నటువంటి జిఎంఆర్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాన్ని ఇందిరాగాంధీ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ అని కూడా అంటాము. సో దాన్ని గుర్తించడం జరిగింది. సో ఎందుకు దీన్ని గుర్తించారు అంటే ద మెయిన్ రీజన్ how or on what basis they have recognized this particular airport is that how they managed the wastewater, means how they treated the wastewater, and what are the various water harvesting practices that are being taken up, and how the water is recycled, and how the wastage is reduced, and how the other solid waste management practices are also being taken up. So taking all these things into consideration, this particular recognition was given to the Hyderabad airport. So the main focus of the Green Airport Recognition 2020 is water management, as I have told you earlier. So ACI's Green Airport Recognition program promotes best environmental practices to minimize aviation sector's importance on the environment. So those airports which are helping to revive, means reduce the air pollution or the effect or the impact of air pollution by the aviation sector in such a way that it can help reduce the pollution. So whatever impact is there on the environment because of the aviation sector, so if we are able to reduce that particular impact to some extent, that would be a great benefit which we are doing to the environment. So this particular ACI would be recognizing which airports are doing that, and it will recognize that, and the Hyderabad airport was doing that particular thing, so it got the platinum recognition. Okay, so let's move on to the next important thing in this particular thing. So the panel of judges, they highly praised the water sustainability project that took place at Rajiv Gandhi International Airport. Sorry, I think earlier I have told you Indira Gandhi International Airport. I am very sorry. It is Rajiv Gandhi International Airport. This particular water sustainability project was run using 4Rs concept: reduce, reuse, recycle, and replenishment. Reduce means reduce the wastage. Reuse means whatever the water you have used it, use it again. Then recycle it means whatever the wastewater is there, recycle it. And replenishment is nothing but if you have used 50% of water from the ground, if you have used the groundwater 50%, then you should take up those practices which can again fill up those 50% of water. So that is called a replenishment. So this was the water sustainability project that was taken up at RGIA, Rajiv Gandhi International Airport in Hyderabad. So apart from deploying the water conservation measures all over the airport complex and surrounding areas, it has set up efficient sewage treatment plants. What do you mean by sewage? The waste in terms of water that has to be treated in a proper way. So that is called sewage treatment. Okay, did you get that point? So all these practices were being taken up at Rajiv Gandhi International Airport in Hyderabad. That's why it got the platinum recognition by ACI. Okay, so let's move on to the next important thing. So now we are going to discuss about an important person who has passed away. So his name was BPR Vittal. So he was a veteran economist. He passed away at the age of 93. So he was a former secretary and finance planning, for the Department of Finance and Planning. He was the former secretary for the government of Andhra Pradesh right from 1972 to 1982, and he had a brief stint at the International Monetary Fund as a fiscal advisor. So he worked as a fiscal advisor in the International Monetary Fund as well, the IMF. Okay, you know IMF. So here also he worked, and he was working as a fiscal advisor to the governments of Sudan and Malawi. Okay, so he helped those governments maintain their economic transactions at International Monetary Fund. So for that purpose, he acted as a fiscal advisor to them. Now, he was a former IAS officer of 1950 batch. So he passed away at the age of 93. And let me tell you, he was the father of Mr. Sanjay Baru. Okay, now who is this Sanjay Baru? Sanjay Baru is the person who has written the book Accidental Prime Minister, which is a book on the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. So he was a media advisor, okay, to the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. So this particular veteran economist BPR Vittal was the member of 10th Finance Commission, and he was also the chairman Expenditure Commission, Government of Kerala. So he worked at various capacities. Now he also established the Center for Economic and Social Studies in Hyderabad. So he was well aware that he should do something to the education sector, and for that purpose he has set up this particular thing. And he wrote an essay with the name of the Telangana Surpluses, a case study. So this particular essay played an important role in shaping the demand for a separate state for Telangana. So this particular essay has become an evidence for those who raised the concern that we need a separate Telangana state. So for them it was a great evidence to show that how the Telangana region was pushed back in various terms. So it had helped those people to get a separate state for the people of Telangana. So that was his contribution. So that's why he has been remembered by so many people, and even Chief Minister KCR said that he had helped so much to the state of Telangana. So he was a great person. So this person was Mr. BPR Vittal Garu. So it's a great loss for the nation as well as the state. Now we will discuss about the NTPS, National Transit Pass System. Now this particular National Transit Pass System, this was launched by the Union Environment Ministry. So what is this particular thing? Now this is an online system for issuing transit permits for timber, bamboo and other forest produce. See, you can't just go to a forest and cut the bamboo trees or other timber from the forest and you can get it to your home. You need permission from the government, and you need to pay all those fees and whatever duties you have to pay to the government, and you have to get the necessary permission from them. So for that particular thing, an online system was made, and that was known as National Transit Pass System. Now this NTPS will bring ease of business and expedite issuance of transit permits for timber, bamboo and other minor forest produce without physically going to forest offices. See, earlier what happened, if you want some forest produce or bamboo, you need to go to the forest department and you need to fill an application and get the permission, which would take so many days. And even it would cause a lot of disturbance for the people to get the permission, and even it could have the possibility, and there was a possibility of increase in corruption because of that particular thing. But as we are using the National Transit Pass system, which is an online system, so with this a person can apply for whatever the transit pass he is wanting through online, through a mobile application. So he will be getting a e-pass which can be used by that particular concerned person. So that can be used for transporting the timber or whatever the forest produce he wants from the forest with the permission of the government. Okay. So this particular project is a pilot project, and this project is being run as a pilot project in Madhya Pradesh as well as Telangana. So that's why we are discussing this point now. So it is being implemented as a pilot project in Telangana also. So that's why we need to concentrate on National Transit Pass system. Okay. So by now it is implemented, for now it is implemented in Madhya Pradesh and Telangana only. So by Diwali it is said that this particular system would be operational in all states. Okay, so just to know what are the problems that the management has to face in implementing this particular NTPS. So just they have launched it as a pilot project in Madhya Pradesh and Telangana. Now this will enhance seamless movement of the forest produce and the transit of timber, bamboo and other forest produce governed by various state specific acts and rules. See, each state may have their own forest laws. Okay, so everybody who is using or transporting those forest produce, they have to comply with those particular acts or legislations that have been made in that particular state. So in order to comply with all those things, in order to provide a seamless transit of these forest produces, this NTPS has been developed and launched. So that was the issue here. So let's move on to the next important thing. Now here the news is that the Defense Research and Development Organization DRDO will be setting up a research cell at IIT Hyderabad. So now what is the importance of it? So to meet the future defense technological requirements of the country. See, in future other countries may be advancing in their own weaponology or in their own missile technology. So in order to enhance our defense technology and to meet the future defense technological requirements of the country, the DRDO, the Defense Research and Development Organization, has to work on it, have a proper research on it and develop the various new defense technologies. So for that particular purpose, the DRDO has established or going to set up the IITH Research Cell, and it will undertake basic and applied research programs in identified technology areas and is being established as an extension of the DRDO Research and Innovation Center, RIC, in Chennai. See, there is a Research and Innovation Center in Chennai. So in extension to that, one research cell is being established at IITH, the Hyderabad. So that is the main aim of establishing a research cell at IIT Hyderabad by DRDO. Now with this, the country will become a self-reliant in select defense technologies. So for example, if we are developing a missile which cannot be traced by any country's missile defense system, so that's a self-reliant thing if we are able to prepare that with our own technology and the materials without depending on the other countries. So in order to get such technologies with self-reliance, this initiative has been developed, and it will facilitate direct basic and applied research by engaging faculty, researchers at academic institutions, technology centers and other renowned institutes through research programs. So simply ఎవరైతే అధ్యాపకులు ఉన్నారో, ఎవరైతే విద్యార్థులు ఉన్నారో, ఎవరైతే మేధావులు ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరినీ కలుపుకుంటూ ఈ రీసెర్చ్ సెల్లో పరిశోధనలు జరిపి మన భారతదేశం స్వయం ప్రతిపత్తి కలిగి, అంటే సెల్ఫ్ రిలయంట్గా ఉంటూ మనం ఇంకొకరి పైన ఆధారపడకుండా మన డిఫెన్స్ సెక్టార్కి కావలసినటువంటి అన్ని పరిజ్ఞానాలని సమకూర్చుకునే విధంగా ఈ రీసెర్చ్ సెల్ని ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. So in this particular research cell, what are the things which would be developed? So these include the advanced materials and processors like the sensors for defense applications, hardware and algorithms for artificial intelligence based applications, means whatever the applications that are being developed based on artificial intelligence, and the technologies for space applications, adaptive optics and image processing, UAV, unmanned aerial vehicles, and nano ornithocopter technologies and quantum technologies. Don't ask me what are these particular things, because I'm not that good in terms of science and technology, but what I know is that these are the quantum technology and the artificial intelligence are such kind of things which are going to rule the future. So whatever the countries are having these technologies, those countries will be far ahead of many other countries in future. So that's why DRDO is looking forward to develop all these things. So that's why for that purpose it is researching on those particular things. So as a result of that, a research cell has been set up at IIT Hyderabad by DRDO. So that was the issue here. So now another thing is that in the same IIT Hyderabad, NVIDIA kickstarted a Artificial Intelligence Technology Center. So now what is this NVIDIA? So it is nothing but a multinational technology company. So NVIDIA is a multinational technology company. So in association with the Indian Institute of Technology Hyderabad, it wants to establish a Artificial Intelligence Technology Center. So combinedly it is called as NVAITC, to accelerate research on artificial intelligence and its commercial adoption. As I've told you that artificial intelligence is something which is very much important for all the countries and especially for India in this competitive world. So we have to develop that. So we are collaborating with the private entities so that we can have the financial as well as intellectual support from the private sector as well. So how we can use that artificial intelligence for commercial purposes? So in order to research on all these things, the IIT Hyderabad had gone into an agreement with this particular NVIDIA, which is a multinational technology company. So actually this IIT Hyderabad is also having two more NVIDIA DGX1 TM systems, which is very much useful in terms of artificial intelligence. So these are the systems. See here, NVIDIA DGX1 TM system and NVIDIA DGX2M system. So these are the systems that are being used for the research that is being undertaken at the institute. Okay. Now this particular NVAITC, which is the Artificial Intelligence Technology Center, which will accelerate the research for the 220 faculty which are available at IITH. So it is IITH is one of those institutions, educational institutions in our country which is far ahead in terms of research on the artificial intelligence. Okay, so this particular collaboration between NVIDIA and IIT Hyderabad, their focus would be on how we can advance the artificial intelligence. Okay, means how we can use that in terms of agriculture, how we can use that in building smart cities. Okay, so how we can increase or enhance the various issues like increasing the crop yield using artificial intelligence algorithms and applying the artificial intelligence based solutions to support safer transportation system and better ways of managing traffic, among others. So if we can use this artificial intelligence for all these purposes, the pace at which the work is going on, that can be enhanced, as well as we can ensure that there is much safety in so many sectors. So the state government recently announced the year 2020 as the year of artificial intelligence. So NVIDIA is already a partner of the government in this particular program of declaring 2020 as the year of artificial intelligence. Now here the news is that Telangana government has amended the FRBM Act. Now what is this FRBM Act? You need to understand that particular thing first. FRBM means Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2005. Now this act was made for the purpose of maintaining the fiscal discipline, so that in the long run the economy is performing well. The economic statistics of the states as well as the central government shows up that the economy is healthy in the long run. Now how it is ensured that the economy is healthy? What are the steps taken as per this particular act? Now it was mandated that the overall debt has to be reduced to 9% by reducing 1% of the debt every year, and the revenue deficit, it has to be zeroed, means it has to come down to zero by reducing 0.5% of the revenue deficit every year. This particular 0.5% is the 0.5% of the GDP. Okay, 0.5% of the GDP. And the fiscal deficit, it has to be reduced at least 0.3% of the GDP every year annually, and it should come down to 3% by 2009 March 31st. So these were the targets set up by this FRBM Act. So why it was done? So that there would be restrictions upon the state governments on taking the debts. See, if there is no restriction, the state governments will have whatever the schemes they want with whatever the cost they want. So they will not worry about the money they have to spend. So if that happens, they can spend unlimited by getting debts from various countries and various other international organizations. But that would affect the economy in the long run. So to avoid that, with this particular FRBM Act, the government thought that some restrictions would be put on the state governments on getting the debt. రుణాలు పొందటం పైన కొన్ని షరతులు విధించడాన్నే ఈ FRBM Act ని మనం అనుకోవచ్చు. So there was a target that the state governments cannot get more than 3% of their GSDP as the debt. So that was the target set by this particular FRBM Act. Then later, recently in this particular year, as the revenue was not more because of this COVID-19, as we all know, because of this COVID-19, the economy has got into distress to some extent. So it was difficult for the state governments to gather the revenue resources. So they were not getting revenue, but they have to run the government. They have to provide the facilities to the people, the public. So how they can do? So they're not having money, so they need to get debt. But as per this FRBM Act, you can get only 3%. So they have asked for help and they have requested the central government to help. And they said that please at least provide the GST compensation that we should get. GST బకాయిలైనా మాకు ఇప్పించండి అన్నారు. ఇప్పించారు. కొంతవరకే ఇప్పించగలిగింది సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ కూడా. కానీ అవి కూడాను ఇక్కడ సరిపోలేదు రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలు. So at this moment the central government has given offer. So above this 3%, we are providing you 2%. We are providing you an additional fiscal deficit of 2%. But there is some condition. Now what is that condition? The condition is that you should perform well in terms of GSDP, first thing. Second thing, you should be implementing all the important flagship schemes, certain, not all, but certain, some of the important schemes of the central government at the state level. Now, if that is happening, then we will allow you to have more than this 3%. Means earlier there was a target of 3%. You can have only 3% of your GSDP as the fiscal deficit. But now we are allowing 2 more percent. That means in total you will have the ability to have up to 5% of your GSDP. That means the fiscal deficit can be up to 5% if you borrow. That was the offer given by the central government. So in order to comply with that particular thing, the state government has to amend this particular FRBM Act. So that's what the Telangana government has done here. So earlier the central government has allowed 2% of GSDP over the above normal limit of 3% during the current financial year, so that the governments can cope up with this particular COVID-19 pandemic situations. So that was the issue about FRBM Act. రుణ పరిమితిని ఇక్కడ పెంచడం జరిగింది. ఫిజికల్ డెఫిసిట్ ని కూడా మీరు ఇంకొక 2%, మీకు ఇచ్చిన టార్గెట్ కంటే ఇంకో 2% ఎక్కువ ఉన్నా పర్లేదు అనేటువంటి వెసులుబాటు కల్పించింది. సో అది ఇక్కడ FRBM యాక్ట్ ని అమెండ్ చేయటంలో ఉన్నటువంటి విషయం. ఓకే, సో లెట్స్ మూవ్ ఆన్ టు ది నెక్స్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్, దట్ ఈస్ Sai Bhara. So what is this Sai Bhara? See, cyber, cyber crimes, and what is her? Her means female. Okay, it is the females who are facing cyber bullying or cyber stalking, or you can say who are the victims of the cyber crimes. Okay, so that's the whole concept here. So it is an awareness program to combat cyber grooming. So I've told you that there is cyber stalking, there is cyber bullying, but what is this cyber grooming? So cyber grooming is a pretentious play by sexual predators to gain trust of the gullible women and girls, especially when they are in need of some sympathetic ear to take in all the frustrations and disappointments they pour out. తెలుగులో సింపుల్గా చెప్పాలంటే సైబర్ గ్రూమింగ్ అంటే ఏంటంటే, మహిళలు కానీ అమ్మాయిలు కానీ ఎవరైతే చాలా బాధలో ఉంటారో లేదా ఫ్రస్ట్రేషన్లో ఉంటారో, మేము మా బాధను పంచుకుంటే వినేవాళ్ళు ఎవరో లేరే అనేటువంటి మహిళలు ఎవరైతే ఉంటారో అటువంటి వారిని కొంతమంది ఇక్కడ టార్గెట్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళతో ఆన్లైన్లో చాట్ చేస్తారు. సో వాళ్ళు వాళ్ళ బాధలన్నింటినీ చెప్పుకుంటారు. సో వీళ్ళు ఆ పర్టికులర్ సిచ్యువేషన్ అడ్వాంటేజ్గా తీసుకొని వాళ్ళకి దగ్గర అవుతారు. అండ్ లేటర్ దే స్టార్ట్ హెరాసింగ్ దెమ్. సో దాట్స్ ద హోల్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఆఫ్ సైబర్ గ్రూమింగ్ హియర్. సో ఈ సైబర్ గ్రూమింగ్ ద్వారా చాలా మంది మహిళలు చాలా మంది ఆడవాళ్ళు చాలా ఇబ్బందులకు గురవుతున్నారు. సో వాటిని అరికట్టడం కోసం ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ని తెలంగాణ పోలీస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ స్టార్ట్ చేసింది. దాని పేరే Sai Bhara. Okay, Sai Bhara. So the main motto is to eradicate or to tackle the cyber grooming. Okay, so the awareness program is designed to be an interactive and informative platform for a healthy discussion on digital wellness and cyber safety. With the rise of COVID-19, people when the COVID-19 started, everybody was in their homes. So everybody wanted to have interaction with other people. Everybody wanted to get socialized being in their homes. So because of that thing, the cyber crimes have gone up. So because of that particular thing, cyber crimes were rising. So it was the duty of the Telangana police department to take care of that particular thing and reduce the cyber crimes. So for that purpose, this particular interactive and informative platform was begun, with which the Telangana people can be made aware of the cyber crimes that were taking place, and especially the cyber grooming. So that was the main concept here. So children and women, those people were especially exposed to the internet and they were the victims of these cyber crimes. Now through this particular program, the Telangana government wanted to make clear how the people are tackling the cyber crimes and how they can be safe in terms of the cyber crimes. So that was the whole concept here, and that was known as Sai Bhara. Okay, now here another important thing is that Hyderabad has been recognized as 16th most surveilled city. So now what do you mean by surveilled city? Surveillance. Okay, surveillance ante పర్యవేక్షించడం. Surveillance means monitoring a particular situation. So how surveillance is taking place in our country? Through the CCTV cameras that are placed everywhere. So Hyderabad is the 16th most surveilled city in the world. So Telangana's capital Hyderabad has got a place in the top 50 CCTV surveilled cities in the world. Now there is a UK tech firm with the name Comparitech. Now this particular Comparitech company has published a report according to which Hyderabad is in 16th place in terms of surveilling the cities with CCTV cameras. Okay, and it is the top ranked in Indian metropolis. Okay, in world it is 16th rank, and in our country Hyderabad is having the first rank, and all over world Chennai got 21st rank, Delhi got 33rd rank, and remember that 34 cities out of these 50 rankings are from China only. That means they are much ahead of India in terms of CCTV surveillance. Okay, so there are nearly 3 lakh CCTVs for a population of 1 crore as per 2020 estimates in Hyderabad. Okay, so that means 3 CCTVs per 1000 people in Hyderabad. So that's why Hyderabad is the 16th most surveilled city in the world. So now what would be the effect of this particular thing? This indicates that Hyderabad is such a city where the police will be having an upper hand in controlling the crimes. But remember that it is a report published by a private firm. So the government can't respond to it saying that it is our greatness, because if a government has to say that it is our achievement, it has to prove using their own statistics. Okay, so here there is no mention of whether the crime rate has gone down or not. It is simply about how much a particular city is surveilled. Okay, so let's move on to the next important thing. It is Krishi Make. Now what is this Krishi Make? See, Krishi Make is a cloud service. What do you mean by cloud service? Now this Krishi Make is National Agriculture Research and Education System Cloud Infrastructure and Service. See, there is a data recovery center of ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. That is nothing but Krishi Make. So it is a data recovery center for ICAR. Now why we are discussing about this Krishi Make? Because this Krishi Make has been set up at NARM, National Academy of Agricultural Research Management in Hyderabad. So this particular data recovery center where at National Academy of Agricultural Research Management, NARM, that is in Hyderabad. So that's why we are discussing about Krishi Make. Now this Krishi Make has been set up under the National Agricultural Higher Education Project, NAHEP. So simply there is a higher education program related to the agriculture of the government. So for that purpose, cloud services is needed, that is related to the data recovery. That has been set up where? In NARM, that is in Hyderabad, and the name of that particular data recovery center is Krishi Make. Make means cloud, Krishi means agriculture. So that's why this particular name has been given. So it is a data recovery center where the data of this particular National Agricultural Higher Education Project is there. So the significance of this particular Krishi Make is that it is built to mitigate the risk, and it will enhance the quality, availability and accessibility of e-governance, research, extension and education in the field of agriculture in India. Okay, so now let's move on to the next important information regarding this particular thing. Now Krishi Make is equipped with the latest artificial intelligence and deep learning software for building and deploying of deep learning based applications through image analysis, disease identification in livestock, etc. That means through this Krishi Make, if somebody wants to understand what kind of insects are there which is harming a particular agricultural crop, they can analyze that particular thing using Krishi Make. They will get all the information from the Krishi Make, and for this purpose they are using the artificial intelligence also, okay, for deep learning, okay, software based learning. And it also enables the farmers, researchers, students and policy makers to be more equipped with the updated and latest information regarding agriculture and research. See, for example, a particular commission has been set up to formulate a particular policy in order to regulate the selling of insecticides or pesticides. That particular commission or that particular team would need proper information about the pesticides and insecticides. Where they will get the information? They can't wait for a research group to come and explain them all those things. So they can get that information from Krishi Make. Okay. So till now I have told you about the National Agricultural Higher Education Project. So now what is this? This is generally a project funded by both the Government of India and the World Bank, and the objective of this particular project is to provide more relevant and high quality education to the agricultural university students, that is in tune with the new education policy 2020. Okay, so now the next important information is that in terms of implementing AMRUT, what do you mean by AMRUT? It is a scheme that is Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. So here to improve the living in certain cities, to improve the infrastructure of certain urban areas, this particular Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation has been taken up. So in terms of implementing this particular scheme, Telangana stands in 3rd position. Okay, so this ranking was released by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So the score of Telangana was 74.4. So it stood 3rd in terms of implementing AMRUT. Okay, so now let's move on to the next important thing. KTR launches Artificial Intelligence for Agri Innovation Program. So the IT and Industries Minister KT Ramarao, he said that Telangana has declared, earlier also I have told you that Telangana has declared 2020 as the year of artificial intelligence to accelerate artificial intelligence readiness and develop a conducive innovation ecosystem in the state, opening new avenues of artificial intelligence-led innovation for social impact, especially in public sector. Simply here, the issue is that he had launched this Artificial Intelligence for Agri Innovation Program. The vision of KTR is that the state should get all the benefits from artificial intelligence, and the youth who are getting their education in the state of Telangana, they should be reaping the benefits from artificial intelligence. So this particular artificial intelligence should be developed in such a way that it could be helpful for the public sector and will have an innovative social impact also. So that was the vision of the Telangana government in terms of artificial intelligence. So they have launched this Agri Innovation Program. Now this Agri Innovation Program is having this particular vision, that is AI for AI. Now what do you mean by this AI for AI? Artificial Intelligence for Agricultural Innovation. Simply, in order to improve the agricultural sector using the artificial intelligence, this particular program has been launched, and for this the Telangana government is getting support from the World Economic Forum. So under this program there is a 6-pronged artificial intelligence strategy that includes TAIM, Telangana's Artificial Intelligence Mission, a dedicated body for artificial intelligence specific initiatives in partnership with NASSCOM, okay, then a Center for Research in Applied Artificial Intelligence, and an organization with focus on healthcare in collaboration with Intel, then IIIT Hyderabad and Public Health Foundation of India. So these are the important steps. So these are the initiatives that are involved in this AI for Agriculture Innovation Program, that is AI for AI. Okay. Now let's move on to the next important thing. Now we will be discussing about the Durgam Chervo cable bridge that has been inaugurated recently. So this particular bridge is said that it is one of its kind in the entire country. Now it has been constructed as a part of SRDP, Strategic Road Development Plan, which is one of the flagship programs of the Telangana government. So as per this, so many flyovers have been constructed, so many underground underways have been developed. So as a part of that, this Durgam Chervo cable bridge has been inaugurated. Now it is set to ease the traffic flow towards high-tech city, reducing the traveling time between Jubilee Hills and Madhapur by 20 minutes. అంటే మీరు జూబ్లీ హిల్స్ నుంచి మాదాపూర్ వెళ్ళాలంటే దాదాపుగా ఇప్పుడు 20 నిమిషాల జర్నీ మీకు తగ్గుతుంది. ఎందువల్ల అంటే దుర్గం చెరువు కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ వల్ల. సో ద డిస్టెన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ మైండ్ స్పేస్ టు జూబ్లీ హిల్స్ stands reduced by around 2 kilometers with the launch of this particular bridge. Now with the cost of 334 crore rupees, this particular structure has been developed. Now this was launched along with the bridge, was a 4-lane elevated corridor that facilitates traffic from road number 45 up to the bridge. That means in order to connect this particular bridge, which is a cable bridge, so in order to connect this particular bridge with a road, okay, which is road number 45, some more efforts were being put by the government, okay. So there is one more important thing regarding this particular Durgam Chervo, that it is world's longest precast segmental span of 233.85 meters in concrete for a cable stayed bridge. Well, if anybody is from the civil engineering background, they can understand what is this precast segmental span. Okay, so this is all about this Durgam Chervo cable bridge. Now let's talk about the ease of doing business rankings 2019. So as per this rankings, Andhra Pradesh was placed on top, followed by Uttar Pradesh, and Telangana got the 3rd rank in this ease of doing business rankings. So this was the 4th edition of State Business Reform Action Plan BRAP ranking for 2018 and 19, which was released by DPIIT, Department of Industrial Promotion and Internal Trade, along with Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Okay, so among union territories, here Delhi bagged the top spot. So let me tell you that this particular ease of doing business ranking is a joint initiative by DPIIT and the World Bank to improve overall business environment in states. And let me tell you that in order to get these particular rankings, what are the various things that are taken into consideration? That is transparency in the business transactions, and what are the facilities that are being provided by the government to the industries that are coming to the state, and the transparency along with what it is called taking care that there is no corruption at all and all the companies are getting better benefits. So these are all the things that that are important in determining the ease of doing business rankings. So there are so many initiatives by the Telangana government for this particular thing to improve the ease of doing business rankings. It has passed various schemes like TS, iPass. So many things were there like that. Okay, so let's move on to the next important thing and learn something more. Now here comes the Telangana Disaster and Public Health Emergency Special Provisions Ordinance 2020. So let me tell you, with the outbreak of COVID-19, so this particular COVID-19 has changed everything. What was earlier, all those things have been changed because of this COVID-19. So because of this thing, as I've told you earlier in this particular session, that the government's revenue have declined. Okay, so the government is not having much revenues with them, with which they can proceed in their daily transaction of business. That's not happening. The government has to pay pensions. The government has to give salaries. So all that is not possible because of this thing. So now the government thought that we will pass an ordinance by which we can reduce the salaries, pensions and other allowances. But it is not possible because something has happened. Let me tell that story. The government stated that we are not going to pay the pensions, or we are going to pay 50% of the pensions or the salaries, and even we will reduce 60% of the salaries of the top officials in the government, keeping in view the COVID-19 situation. So the government is not having proper revenue source. So now we can't give you the salaries. So there was a cut, there was a slash in the pensions and the salaries of the government employees. So that was a big blow to the government employees and the retired employees under these stressful condition of COVID-19. So the government had given this statement, but the government employees, they approached the High Court. Now government thought that it is important that we promulgate an ordinance to give a legal effect to this particular step that is being taken by the government. But however, the High Court has said that it is not good that you are not paying the government employees and the pensioners, how do you think they will live on their own? So that was the question posed by the High Court. So then the government thought, and as per the High Court order, the government said that they will be paying all those dues which were deferred, means the pension or the payment which the government has to give, that was deferred by almost 2 to 3 months. The government said that they will pay that particular amount by September month. So that was the whole story in a nutshell. But let us understand what were the important things as per this particular ordinance. As per this particular ordinance, it allows the state government to defer any payment due or payable to any person or institution in the event of a public health emergency or a disaster. Now, what is this disaster? That is COVID-19. So, in this situation, the government is saying that we will defer. What do you mean by deferment? Ante postpone చేయటం. మీకు ఈ నెల ఇవ్వాల్సిన జీతం తర్వాత ఎప్పుడో చెల్లిస్తాం, ఇప్పుడు చెల్లించలేం అనేటువంటి పరిస్థితిని డెఫర్ చేయడం అంటారు. అది పేమెంట్ అవ్వచ్చు, లేకపోతే ఏదైనా ఫైన్ ఎవరికైనా పే చేయాల్సింది అవ్వచ్చు. సో ఎటువంటి బకాయిలైనా సరే అవి కూడాను ఇక్కడ పోస్ట్పోన్ చేయడం జరుగుతాయి అండర్ ది తెలంగాణ డిజాస్టర్ అండ్ పబ్లిక్ హెల్త్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ స్పెషల్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆర్డినెన్స్ 2020. ఓకే, నౌ this ordinance specifies that in the event of a public health emergency or disaster, the state government can defer any payment due or payable to any person or institution. This includes payment of salary, allowance, pension or remuneration to government employees or pensioners, including contractual employees. Ante పెన్షనర్స్ అవని, ఎంప్లాయీస్ అవని, కాంట్రాక్చువల్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ అవని, వాళ్ళకి రావాల్సిన శాలరీ కానీ, అలవెన్స్ కానీ, పెన్షన్ కానీ, లేదా రెమ్యునరేషన్ కానీ, ఇవన్నీ కూడాను కొద్ది రోజుల పాటు నిలుపుదల చేయడం జరుగుతుంది, తర్వాత ఇవన్నీ పే చేయడం జరుగుతుంది అని చెప్పేసి చెప్పడం జరిగింది. And it is also applicable in case of persons working in institutions owned, controlled or aided by the state government or local self-government institutions or any statutory bodies also. Okay, now it said that the deferred amount should be not more than half of the total monthly pay or remuneration. In case of all other payments due to persons or institutions, the deferred amount should not be more than half of the amount. That means it should not be more than 50%. Okay, and the government said that it should pay the deferred amount in such a manner as it may specify in notification later. Such notification must be issued within 6 months of the date of deferment. If it has been done on 1st March, so from 1st March to 6 months, till 6 months, in between this particular period, the government has to pay that particular deferred amount. Okay. Now the important information here is that this ordinance seeked the immunity from other laws, rules or code or judgment or any court of tribunal. అంటే ఈ లా మనకి ఏ కోర్టులో కూడాను మళ్ళీ దీన్ని ప్రశ్నించేటువంటి హక్కు ఎవరికి ఉండని విధంగా దీన్ని తయారు చేయాలనుకున్నారు. సో ది గవర్నమెంట్ వాంటెడ్ టు గెట్ ఇమ్యూనిటీ ఫ్రమ్ ది లాస్, రూల్స్, కోడ్ or judgment or any court or tribunal to this particular ordinance. Okay, so but later what happened is that the Telangana pensioners JSC, they have challenged this government order and they have filed a petition, as I have told you earlier. So the state government deferred this particular pension or salary. So that was questioned. Now in order to justify its act, the government passed this particular ordinance, but however the High Court has ordered the government to pay the amount, saying that it is not correct to slash the pension or the salary of the government or of the government employees, because they are also in trouble. It is the government which has to take care of them. You cannot trouble them in order to run the government. That was what the High Court has told in a nutshell. That is what the summary of the judgment by the High Court. Okay. Now here comes the next issue, that is the 66th Scotch Summit Awards. Now Telangana won 2 gold awards and 1 silver award, and for the efforts put by the Telangana government for adopting emerging technologies for transforming governance and citizen service delivery, these particular awards were given. Now one of the gold award was given for blockchain based property registration project that was taken up by the Telangana government. T-Cheats. a blockchain based system to govern the chit fund operations across the state. Okay, so for this silver award was given, and another gold was given for the Mineral Development Corporation, which had a project for sand sailing agreement. Okay, under the Digital India category, the Telangana government got this particular award. Now, this particular Scotch award, you should know what is this Scotch award. This particular award was started in the year 2003. Now it is highest civilian honor in the country conferred by an independent organization. Okay, so that's what the Scotch Summit is. So now here is a company which is called Medtronics. Now this particular Medtronics is a company which is involved in producing the medical devices. Okay, now this particular company wants to invest in Hyderabad, and the investment is about 1200 crore rupees. Now with this, the Medtronics would be turning Hyderabad city into a hub of medical devices in entire India. Okay, now with this, what will happen? This particular research and development center which Medtronics is going to establish in Hyderabad, it would be the largest global research and development center outside of US. Okay, earlier this Medtronics was having a global research development center in US, the largest one, but outside of US, the largest global research and development center would be now in Hyderabad. Okay, so in Hyderabad, it would be establishing research and development center for medical device software and engineering solutions facilities. Means through engineering and through software solutions, whatever the help is needed for manufacturing the medical machinery or devices, that would be the focus on which the research team would be working here in Hyderabad, that is in the R&D center of Medtronics. Okay, so this particular research and development center of Medtronics in Hyderabad would be a center of state of art of engineering and innovation. Okay, so let's move on to the next important thing. Now we are going to discuss about the new director of CDFD. Now what is this CDFD? CDFD is nothing but Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics. Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics. Where it is? It is in Hyderabad. Okay, it is in Hyderabad. So it is an autonomous institute under the Department of Biotechnology. So why we are discussing? Because it got a new director, and the new director is this particular person, senior geneticist Dr. Kumaraswamy Thangaraj. Now he is known for his contribution in the field of population and medical genetics. So now he is the new director of CDFD, that is Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics. While you are going from LB Nagar to Uppal, so while you are going in this particular way, you will get this particular CDFD, that is Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics. So it got a new director. His name is Senior Geneticist Dr. Kumaraswamy Thangaraj. So now let's move on to the next important topic, that is improved employment opportunities for locals of Telangana. So earlier the Andhra Pradesh government said that 70% of the jobs would be for locals in private organizations. Okay, now Telangana is also having the same kind of policy. The Telangana State Cabinet has approved a new policy to create more employment opportunities for the locals. So employment would be in the industries that are set up in Telangana. Okay, so those particular industries which are providing more employment opportunities for the locals of Telangana, those companies will be getting additional incentives from the government. Okay, so the government is saying that the industry, whatever the industry which is having skilled human resources in their industry in first category, so in that 50% of the natives will be getting the jobs. Now that particular category where partial skill is needed, those particular industries will be employing 70% of the locals. Okay, now 60 to 80% would be the employment in section 2 type industries. Now there is a news about a smart data center in Hyderabad. Now the IT Minister KT Ramarao laid foundation for the Smart Data Center. Now it would be the first Tier 4 data center in Narsingi village of Rangareddy district, that is in Hyderabad. Okay. Now the NPCI, National Payments Corporation of India, declared that it is geared up to launch its own smart data center in Hyderabad. So that is another news. Now let's discuss about Stree. What is this Stree? Stree is a women empowerment program that has been launched by the Home Minister of Telangana, Sri Mahmood Ali Ji. Okay. So what is the meaning of Stree here? The meaning of Stree is that she triumphs through respect, equality, empowerment. That is the meaning hidden in Stree. With the aim of empowering women and supporting the victims of domestic violence and abuse, the Hyderabad City Police, in association with Hyderabad City Security Council, launched this particular program called Stree. Okay. Now, there was this International Women's Day, which had a theme that each for equal. Now, taking inspiration from this each for equal, this particular Stree concept was launched, which had this particular concept that she triumphs through respect, equality, empowerment. మహిళ విజయం సాధిస్తుంది ఎప్పుడైతే మహిళని గౌరవిస్తామో, మహిళకు సమానత్వాన్ని కల్పిస్తామో, మహిళా సాధికారత కోసం కృషి చేస్తామో అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని ఇక్కడ ఈ ప్రోగ్రాం ద్వారా తెలపాలనుకున్నారు. అంతేకాకుండా ఇక్కడ ఈ స్త్రీ అనేటువంటి ప్రోగ్రాంలో భాగంగా ఇంకా చాలా ఇనిషియేటివ్స్ ని తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ తీసుకుంది. ఈ ప్రోగ్రాంలో భాగంగా లోకల్ పోలీస్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు ఒక స్త్రీ గ్రూప్ ని క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు అట్ ది పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ లెవెల్. దీంట్లో ఎవరైతే ఉమెన్ ఉన్నారో వేరియస్ సెక్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ ది సొసైటీ నుంచి వాళ్ళని ఈ స్త్రీ గ్రూప్ లో ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేస్తారు. అండ్ ఇందులో ఒక ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి మహిళ ఎవరైతే ఉంటారో ఆమెని ఎన్నుకొని ఆమెని వాలంటీర్ గా ప్రతి ఒక్క గ్రూప్ కి పెడతారు. సో వాళ్ళని సబలా శక్తి అంటారు. So the representatives of NGOs and the representatives of the Department of Women and Child Development and an advocate and the local station head officer will be the member of this particular Sabala Shakti or this particular Stree group. Okay, not Sabala Shakti, this particular Stree group. So that is this particular entire concept of Stree. Okay, it is a program to empower the women in Telangana by the Telangana Police Department. So here the next topic is about the Rayalaseema project and the controversy around that particular project. Now the controversy is related to the Potireddipadu head regulatory project. So the Andhra Pradesh government, it wanted to increase the capacity of this Potireddipadu head regulatory, so by which it wanted to get some more water from Krishna river so that they can divert that particular water to the Rayalaseema region, which is a mostly drought hit area of Andhra Pradesh. But the Telangana government is having its own concerns, so it went to the tribunal, the Krishna River Water Tribunal, and there it has just shown up its concerns, and then it also went to the National Green Tribunal. But what is the actual issue? Now here Andhra Pradesh government is saying that we are just improving the project which is already there, we are just improving that, with which we want to provide water to the drought hit Rayalaseema region, and we are only using the extra water, the surplus water, Migulu Jilalu antar. We are going to use that surplus water, and that is for about 30 to 45 days only. In monsoon, when there will be more floods, that flood water will be stored in Srisailam project, and from there whatever the backwaters we get because of the flood water, we are going to use that water only, and that water would be available just for 30 to 45 days. So we will use about 3 TMC of water daily from that particular flood water. Later we will not use extra water from that. We will stick to our allocation. That's what AP government is saying. But Telangana government is saying that the Telangana government is having Palamuru Rangareddy, Dindi, Bhakta Ramadas project on the Krishna river. Now the Telangana government is saying that because of the extension of the Potireddipadu head regulatory by the Andhra Pradesh government to provide the water to the Rayalaseema region. With that, we will not have the water availability for these projects that we have on Krishna River, which are providing water through lift irrigation to the various areas of Telangana. So that's the primary concern of Telangana on this particular project by Andhra Pradesh. So our projects will lack water because of this step taken by the Andhra Pradesh government. So that is the main issue of concern for both the states. But you need to understand what actually this story is. So here in this particular topic, I have told you that the Telangana government has approached the Supreme Court. First, they went to the tribunal, okay, the Krishna River Water Tribunal, but there somehow the issue was not resolved because both these states were having their own points. Then the Telangana government has approached National Green Tribunal. The Telangana government has actually here pointed out that it is a project that is being built as the Andhra Pradesh government has given a tender notification and it was accepting tenders for this particular project. So the Telangana government said that without any proper permissions, the Andhra Pradesh government is taking up this particular project. So you should take action on this particular thing. A social activist from Telangana has filed a petition in NGT that the Andhra Pradesh government is constructing or improving the model of the Rayalaseema lift irrigation scheme to gain a benefit from the Krishna River. So that petition was taken into consideration. Later, the Telangana government also came into this in. So soon after the petition of the social activist, the NGT has reserved its verdict. But in the meanwhile, Telangana government also came in between this particular thing and it has filed a petition saying that we also want to put forward our objections in this particular case. So it said that because of this particular project by the Andhra Pradesh government, districts like Mahabubnagar and other districts which are dependent upon the water from Krishna River through various projects, they will be affected to a great extent. So this particular project of the Andhra Pradesh government, the Rayalaseema lift irrigation scheme, needs the prior approval. I mean, it needs the environmental clearances from the Ministry of Environment and the Forests. So the Andhra Pradesh government did not even submit the DPR, that is the detailed planning report of the concerned project, to the Ministry of Environment and Forests. And the NGT asked the central government to file an affidavit. It asked for the response of the central government regarding this particular project. So the central government has filed an affidavit in which it stated that the Andhra Pradesh government has taken up a project and it does not need environmental clearance again. And another thing is that the Environmental Appraisal Committee also said that the Andhra Pradesh government does not need any prior environmental clearance for this particular project. But however, finally, as per the latest developments, the NGT has given the order that the Andhra Pradesh government must get clearance, environmental clearance from the central government, and it should submit detailed project report to the Ministry of Environment and Forest. And once the Ministry of Environment and Forest gives its approval for this particular thing, then only it can go further on this particular aspect. Otherwise, the Andhra Pradesh government cannot proceed further on the construction of the said changes in this particular Rayalaseema lift irrigation project. I need to explain this particular topic in a very clear way. So I'm having some pictures. So with that, I'll try to explain, and I'm having some videos of the Google Earth where you can see how the actual river looks like. So look at this one. Now here you can see, here it is Sri Salem project, and from there the water is coming to Sangameshwaram, and from there you have this particular Pothireddipadu head regulatory, okay, and from there it goes on ahead, and there you have so many canals, and with these canals the water is being transported to the drought hit region of Andhra Pradesh. Okay, now here I am having a rough diagram in which I am showing you the same thing. Well, I could not explain the things using that Google map because it was
little bit confusing. So I thought I'll draw a rough map so that you can understand it easily. So here in this particular thing you can see, now here it is the Pothireddipadu project, the head regulatory, and here it is the Sangameshwaram area where the water, the Krishna water is gathered. It is a confluence, and from there you can see here it is the Srisailam dam. Now here, whenever the water level rises, okay, the water level rises, then the backwaters, okay, means whenever there is a huge, means a good monsoon, then because of that thing there will be huge water storage in Srisailam. Now this Srisailam is actually, earlier it was a hydroelectricity project, but later it was also converted into a irrigation project. Now it is having a capacity of 216 TMC, okay, and for the electricity, it is having the electricity capacity, generation capacity, it is of 1670 megawatts, and the height of this particular dam is 885 feet, okay, that is the height of this particular Srisailam dam. Now generally the water would be around 854 feet, okay. Now the Andhra Pradesh government says that if the water is around 880 or 800, more than 875 like that, then only we can draw water. We will have the backwaters. And the backwater means, here you need to understand what is backwater. Backwater means whenever there is a good monsoon, the flood water, means the extra water, will be stored in this particular Srisailam project, and you will just release that water ahead through opening the gates, and the water will flow and finally it will fall into the Bay of Bengal. So it is a waste of water. So instead of doing that, what we will do, we need to reduce the water level if the water level is too high. Okay, if the capacity of the project is 885 feet. So if the water level has risen above 880, then we will use the water. Then what will happen? The backwaters, means the water will get back from Srisailam dam to Sangameshwaram because of the excess storage. Now from Sangameshwaram, here we have the Pothireddipadu head regulatory. Now this particular Pothireddipadu head regulatory will, its earlier its capacity was around 40,000, okay, 40,000 Q6, and the government now it wants to increase that particular capacity to 80,000 as per the GO number 203, which was issued on May 5th of 2020. Okay, so from Pothireddipadu head regulatory, the water will be drawn for a distance of 16.4 kilometers, around 17 kilometers. That water will be taken, and there we have the Banakacherla cross regulatory. Now this particular Banakacherla cross regulatory, it is at a place called Banakacherla. Now there the water is divided into 3 canals. Now one canal is called as Telugu Ganga project. Okay. Now this project was meant for providing water to the drought hit Chennai of Tamil Nadu, and during the rule of NTR, he has taken this step to provide the water. And there is another canal called the KC canal. KC canal means Karnool Kadapa canal. KC canal. Okay. And the third canal, to which the Srisailam right bank canal will join, that is Galeru Nagari Sujala Shravanti project. Now these are the 3 canals from where the water will be transported from the Pothireddipadu water that is coming till Banakacherla. From there the water will be transported to the other regions of Andhra Pradesh. Okay, so this was the actual plan, and we had so many other small projects on these particular canals to store the water. So this is actually what happens. So here at Pothireddipadu, the Andhra Pradesh government, as per GO number 203, it said that we will increase its capacity from 40,000 to 80,000, and we will draw 3 TMC of water every day in that particular days when we will have the backwaters, the extra flood water. So we will only use that extra water. We are not going to use 1 TMC or 1 cubic more than what we have been given. Now who will allocate that particular water? Now see, actually what happened is, this Krishna river, it actually originates in Mahabaleshwar, somewhere in Maharashtra, and from there
it crosses Maharashtra and it crosses Karnataka and it comes into Telangana, and from there it flows into Andhra Pradesh, and finally it goes into Bay of Bengal. Okay, now on this particular Krishna river only, we are having Jurala project, Srisailam project, Nagarjuna Sagar project, Pulichintala project, and that Prakasham barrage also. So in the year 1969, Bachawat tribunal was a tribunal which was constituted, and perhaps it was the first river water tribunal in India. Okay, so it has provided a report in 1973, and again in 1976 also it has provided a report. What that report is? The report is about the water division between these states. Now earlier there were only 3 states, right? Maharashtra, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Now in 2014, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana both were divided. So now 4 states, right? So the water is divided into 4 states, but at that particular time it was divided into 3 states only. So what the Bachawat tribunal said is that we will consider 75% of the river water as the water that we would be using. Why only 75? What about the 25% water? According to them, the 25% of the water will just flow as a wastewater into Bay of Bengal. So we can't do anything of that. So we will divide only 75% of water. So how much is that 75% of water? It is 2130 TMC. So TMC means 1000 million cubic feet of water. 2130 TMC is the water that is available for the usage by the 3 states, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Maharashtra. So the total water that is available for usage is 2130 TMC. Now among these waters, 2060 TMC of water is the net water that would be available, and 70 TMC would be the surplus water. Okay, means during the monsoon we will be having this extra water, that is 70 TMC. So the net water that is available, that is 2060 TMC, that water is actually divided into 3 states. Now Andhra Pradesh has been allocated 800 TMC, Karnataka was allocated 700 TMC, and Maharashtra was allocated 560 TMC. Now among the surplus water, that is 70 TMC, 11 TMC was awarded to Andhra Pradesh, 34 TMC to Karnataka, 24 TMC to Maharashtra. Now there was an angle that was attached by the Bachawat tribunal, that is there should be a humanitarian angle. Now what is this humanitarian angle? It said that the Chennai is an area which is facing huge drought problem. Water scarcity is there. Till recently, a few years back also we have seen that there was water shortage in Chennai. So for that purpose, you can use this particular extra water, that is the surplus water, which can be given to Chennai as a humanitarian gesture. So each state can give 5 TMC of their surplus water to Chennai. So 3 states, each state giving 5 TMC. So Chennai can be given 15 TMC of water. That is what Bachawat tribunal said. So that's how NTR, when he became the chief minister, he had given the option of delivering this particular water to Chennai through Telugu Ganga project. Okay, so this was the allocation by Bachawat tribunal. Then later what happened in the year 2004, another tribunal was constituted, that was called Brijesh Kumar Tribunal. Now it has given its survey details in 2010. So what it has said is that the water that is available is it has considered only 65% of water, Krishna water, as the water available for usage by the states. Now why it has done that? See, if we consider 75% of the water and we allocate, the states will be fighting among themselves regarding the water. Now we know that there is 75% of water available for usage, but if we consider only 65%, 10% of the water will be left, and if any state is facing water issues, then that extra water can be allocated at that particular point of time. So just to avoid water conflicts, it said that we will consider 65% of the water as the water that can be used, and the rest would be left for a smooth transaction of this water sharing between the states. So it has said that the total water that is available among that particular water, 2293 TMC is the net water available, and the surplus water that is available is 285 TMC. So in total, the water available for usage is 2578 TMC. Now among these waters, Andhra Pradesh was given 1001 TMC, Karnataka was awarded 911 TMC, and Maharashtra was awarded 666 TMC. But later what happened? The states were divided. There was separation, bifurcation of state Andhra Pradesh. So now that 1001 TMC of water that was allocated to Andhra Pradesh, it has to be shared between AP and Telangana. Now among those waters, 512.04 TMC of water was awarded to Andhra Pradesh and 298.96 TMC was given to Telangana. So that was the water sharing done by Brijesh Kumar Tribunal. So here Telangana was getting about 298.96 TMC of water. So now Telangana thought that we will have so many projects on this. Likewise, they had Dindi project, Palamuru Rangareddy, Bhakta Ramadas project. So all these were on Krishna River. So they had the vision to provide water to the water shortage areas of Telangana. Now, what's their point of view is that if the Andhra Pradesh government is going to take that surplus water, of course, there is a point from the Telangana government that Andhra Pradesh is already using more than what it should use the waters. It is saying that illegally, means not openly it has said, but it is saying that under certain circumstances, the Andhra Pradesh government is not providing the exact data of the water that has been used by the Andhra Pradesh. Earlier, the tribunal has requested to set up the telemetry instruments on various projects that were on this particular Krishna River, but that was not taken up by the Andhra Pradesh government. So it shows that the Andhra Pradesh government is using the water at whatever the rate they want. They are not following the Brijesh Kumar Tribunal's award. So they are using extra water. That is the allegation by the Telangana government. Now they are already using every day during the 30 to 45 days of monsoon, when the flood water will be available, to provide water to the drought hit areas of Andhra Pradesh. Now that is something which will affect the projects which the Telangana is having on Krishna River. The water availability to these projects will be less, and because of that, the water will not reach the areas, the deep areas of Telangana. So that is the concern of Telangana government. And one more concern is that the Andhra Pradesh government and Telangana government were having good relations, but the Andhra Pradesh government has taken a unilateral decision by passing the GO, and there was a request for tenders for the project without even notifying or telling the Telangana government. So that was the main area of concern. Then later the opposition parties started pressurizing the Telangana government, so it has to react to this particular situation. Then the political issues or the political motives, they have entered into this particular thing. So finally here what happened is that there is an issue of we can say misunderstanding, or there is an issue of dealing the things without a clarity. So that's what this entire issue is. So that's what this particular Pothiretti Padu head regulatory project, and that's what the AP government wanted on one hand and the Telangana government wanted on the other hand. So that's the entire issue. So what will happen next and what will happen in the end, that we have to wait and see. But it is an issue which will always be there between states, and the central government is also trying its level best to solve these kind of water conflicts between states.
First, we would be discussing about Dharani portal. Now, what is Dharani portal? Portal, you all know, it is a internet platform. It is a portal, a website where some government services are provided. Now, what is Dharani? Dharani is the Sanskrit word for land, that is earth. Okay, so it is a portal for integrated land record management. For integrated land record management. See, the government has the records that in a particular area, in a particular how much of agricultural land is there, how much land belongs to the endowment department, how much land belongs to the government, how much of the land belongs to a particular municipality or panchayat. Okay, how much land does a person has. So all the details related to the land of the Telangana state and the land registrations would be available in Dharani portal. So the registration process, which earlier used to take place in the registration office, now that will happen through this particular Dharani portal. Okay, so complete digitalization we can say. So it is an integrated land record management system portal. Now it has records pertaining to about 1.46 crore acres of land, and people can access the records anytime at the click of the button. For example, you wish to buy a particular land in Hyderabad. Now before buying that particular land, you should be aware that who is the owner of that particular land, and there will be a transaction links available. Okay, that is called link document. Okay, that means earlier, prior to this owner who was owning that particular land, like this, since the existence of this particular land, every person who bought or every transaction that happened with relation to this land, that would be available. The documents would be available. You have to check all these documents, then only you can verify whether this land is legal, legitimate or not, and whether you can buy it or not. And how you can get access of the records of this particular land, that will be now possible through Dharani portal. Earlier you used to go to the registration office, you used to get the EC, okay, encumbrance certificate. In EC there would be details that how many times the transaction on this land has happened, and who were the earlier owners and who is the current owner. All the details would be there. Okay, so now with this Dharani portal, you will be having much ease in doing all these transactions. Okay, so initially only agricultural lands were registered through this Dharani portal. Okay, only agricultural lands, no private lands for ventures, okay, for construction activities like that. Okay, only agricultural lands were registered through Dharani portal. Now this Dharani portal is a one-stop solution for each and every matter related to land properties. Now this will put an end to the massive corruption in the department and innumerable land disputes. See, earlier what used to happen, this entire land registration and all these things were with the mandal offices. Okay, the mandal offices. Now because of this thing, if a farmer goes to MRO office to get his passbook, then what would happen here? That MRO would demand bribe. Or if a farmer wants to convert his farmland into a commercial land, for that also he need to get a separate passbook, and for that also the revenue officials, they used to harass the farmers. And not only that, the revenue officials used to play some gimmicks, and they used to change the documents related to various lands and properties. Now because of this thing, there was massive corruption and there were innumerable land disputes, because the same land was sold to 4 different peoples in many areas in a place like Hyderabad. So now this becomes a dispute where innocent people were getting cheated and some greedy people were getting benefited along with the government officials. So to put an end to these kinds of corruption or corruptive practices and to provide a solution to the innumerable land disputes, this Dharani portal was brought into existence. Now this particular portal will have the details of each property in the state, and everything regarding every property in the state would be updated online through Dharani portal. Okay, now this Dharani portal was developed by Telangana State Technical Services, Telangana State Technical Services Department, that is TSPSC. Okay, now this will have 2 parts. The first part is related to the agricultural lands, second part is related to the non-agricultural lands. Okay, now recently there was another issue, that's why this particular thing was a news, and as we have to cover this particular topic, so we are discussing about this. Now the issue is that the Telangana High Court had a petition before it regarding the Dharani portal. Now what is that issue? The issue is about personal details. What do you mean by personal details? Personal details like Aadhaar. Now, Aadhaar has your address, right? Your name, your age, okay, your phone number, everything. Now, Aadhaar details are being asked to register in this Dharani portal. Now, digitally you are storing the details of each and every person of Telangana, right? That means if there is an information breach, take for example, some person hacks this Dharani portal. He may get the information related to each and every person and each and every property of the people of Telangana. Now that is breach of information, personal information. So the Telangana High Court had an objection that why the government is taking the personal details through Aadhaar for the details to be getting updated through Dharani portal. So the issue was all about the safety or security of information. So the Telangana High Court has posed various questions to the state government with regard to seeking the Aadhaar and personal details of the citizens while uploading the property details on Dharani portal. So the court questioned the Advocate General of Telangana about the security of data that is collected from the people. So the Chief Minister, Mr. KCR, has also responded with this regard, and he has given a public statement that the public information is very secure. But a simple statement is not enough. The government has to prove in front of the court that what are the measures they have taken to secure the personal information. So that's the issue here, one big concern. So we have to wait for the judgment of the Telangana High Court, okay? So we'll see what happens next, okay? Now, here is a very sad news with relation to the Telangana, that dance guru V.S. Ramamurthy sir, Sri V.S. Ramamurthy, has passed away at the age of 100. He was a veteran Bharatanatyam dancer, and he was the founder of Hyderabad-based Sri Rama Nataka Niketan. He was born on September 20, 1920. He was basically born in Tanjavur district of Tamil Nadu, but later he migrated to Telangana in Hyderabad, and he made the Twin Cities as his home in 1969. Basically, he was the first male student of the then eminent Guru Sri Dandayudhapani Pillai. Okay. Now, along with this, I would like to provide you some more information about one more dancer. Okay. She was Srimati Shobha Naidu. Okay. So Shobha Naidu, she belongs to Andhra Pradesh. Okay, she was a Kuchipudi dancer. Okay, Kuchipudi dancer. Now she has also passed away in the same October month. Okay, and she was a Padma Shri awardee. Okay, she was a Padma Shri awardee. In 2001, I guess she got the award, and she was known for performing various dances related to Kuchipudi at various international avenues. Okay, so this is a very sad news for both the Telugu states, because they have lost two people who were great dancers. Now let's move on to the next PPT. So here you can see he is Mr. Ramamurthy. So here this is the photo of his family. Okay, so we have lost such a great person. Okay, that's a big loss for Telangana. Now we will discuss about a bill which is providing quota, that means a reservation for women in GHMC. Okay, so generally in October, this particular bill for providing reservations to women in GHMC elections was passed by the Telangana Assembly. So we will discuss about this particular bill. Now generally with this bill, amendments were made to the 1955 Act for the representation in the municipal corporation. So to facilitate 50% seats to women in municipal corporation, this particular bill was passed. Okay. Now the name of this particular bill is the GHMC Amendment Bill 2020. Now with this bill, the government wanted to provide gender equality, we can say, or we can say the Telangana government wanted to provide more representation to women to prove that women are not left behind in the development process. Okay, so with this particular bill, the government intended to empower women politically in Telangana. So they approved a bill which is providing 50% reservation of divisions in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. Okay, now in Legislative Assembly, this particular bill was adopted with a voice vote. Mujuvani vote అంటారు కదండి, అది వాయిస్ ఓట్. అంటే స్పీకర్ జనరల్గా అసెంబ్లీలో ఈ బిల్ని ఎక్కడ ప్రపోజ్ చేస్తున్నారు, సో దోస్ హూ మే ఆర్ ఇన్ ఫేవర్ ఆఫ్ ది బిల్ మే సే ఐ, అండ్ దోస్ who are opposing this particular bill, they may say no. So the speaker says that I think the ayes have it, so the bill is passed. That's what the speaker says. If you have watched the assembly proceedings live in television, okay, so in that way, through voice vote, this particular bill was passed. So what change will be there because of this particular bill? Now women will be elected in 75 of 150 divisions in GHMC. Okay, out of total 150 seats, 70, okay, means 70 divisions will be reserved for women. Only women candidates can contend for elections in these particular GHMC polls. Okay, so though the government provided 50% reservations to women in 2015 GHMC elections, it was through an executive order. In 2015 GHMC elections, the government has provided 50% reservations, but it was through executive order. But now, as the assembly has passed this particular bill, so now it is having a statutory backing. Okay, that means legally now nobody can question this reservation to women in GHMC polls. Okay, remember it is 50% reservation to women in GHMC polls. Okay. Now, the state government has already provided 50% reservations to women in Panchayat Raj bodies, okay, and municipalities. With this, Telangana will be the first state in the country to provide 50% reservations to women in all local bodies. Okay, earlier only panchayats were the areas where women had 50% reservation. Now this has been extended to the municipal local bodies also. So completely in all local bodies, Telangana is the only state where 50% reservation has been provided to Telangana. Okay. Now besides providing 50% reservation to women, 4 more amendments were made to this particular act. Okay. So sorry for this mistake. It is not Tuesday. Some date was there. So that has been not mentioned here. So 4 ward committees would be there. 1 committee would be for youth, 1 committee for women, 1 committee for senior citizen, 1 for eminent citizen. So each committee would be having 25 members and will be constituted for each division of GHMC. That's what is there in this particular GHMC Act of 2020. Okay, this is another amendment along with 50% reservation for women. Okay. So this is all about the GHMC 50% reservation. Now we will discuss about the agricultural card. So the Chief Minister of Telangana has said in a meeting that to empower the farmers and to help the farmers, the government is going to introduce agricultural card for each and every farmer from next year. Now you need to understand what is this agricultural card. Now this agricultural card will have the details. Okay, if this is the card, it will have the details about the do's and don'ts. మీరు గనక పంటల్ని పండిస్తున్నట్టయితే ఏ పనులు మీరు చేయాలి, ఏ పనులు పంటలకి సంబంధించి మీరు చేయకూడదు అన్నటువంటి విషయాలు ఇక్కడ చెప్పబడతాయండి. So it will have the do's and don'ts related to the farming, like how much fertilizers you have to use, what kind of pesticides you have to use, okay, whom to consult in the government department if you have certain problems. Okay, like this, each and everything is given in this particular card, agricultural card, just to make farmers aware of the agricultural production. And the Telangana government has in the recent past has said that the government will provide the information to the farmers that what kind of crops should be grown more, okay, with which there will be a more competitive price for the agricultural produce, and the farmers can have better price instead of growing a single crop entirely, and there will be a lack of demand for that. See, whenever there is more supply, the demand would be less. When there is low supply, okay, then what will happen? The demand will be more. So automatically the price will be more. But when there is more supply, then demand will be, when the demand is met, then the prices will come down, okay, because everybody will be willing to sell their crop at a lesser price because they don't want to keep their agricultural crops with them, right? So that happens. So the government thought that we will tell what kind of crops are having better prices and which are having great demand, which are not grown by other states. So the crops that are grown in Telangana will have better prices throughout the nation, with which the Telangana farmers may get benefited. So that's what the plan of Telangana government was. So if government is doing that, it wanted to make the farmers aware of the production, so it is providing this agricultural card in which there will be do's and don'ts, okay, regarding the crops that have to be grown, okay, and which crops have to be grown and which are not to be raised, okay, that details will be provided here. So along with this, the Chief Minister of Telangana has told the officials, the agricultural department officials, to follow a 4-pronged strategy. అంటే 4 విధాలుగా రైతులకు ఉపయోగపడే విధంగా ప్రభుత్వ అధికారుల యొక్క పనితీరు ఉండాలి అని చెప్పేసి చెప్పడం జరిగింది. సో వాట్ ఈస్ దట్ 4-pronged strategy? The strategy includes that the officials should encourage the farmers to raise such crops which can provide them good revenue, and also provide those farmers with the quality seeds regarding the crop that has to be grown, and supply fertilizers in time so that the nutrients can be given to the plantations at the right time, and ensure good price and marketing for the whole produce that is being produced by the farmers. So that was the 4-pronged strategy for agriculture in Telangana, and that is the issue related to agricultural card. Okay, now we will discuss about Telangana Agricultural Land Conversion for Non-Agricultural Purposes Amendment Act 2020. So this is a bill. Now with this bill, land conversion will become online. See, earlier we have discussed about Dharani portal, right? That means everything is being digitalized. The transaction, the registration is being made digital. So for that purpose, this particular amendment act was brought. Now what is that amendment? Telangana Agricultural Conversion for Non-Agricultural Purposes Amendment Act 2020. So the people can now submit applications on Dharani portal for conversion of their lands after paying the required fee. Now see, earlier if there was an agricultural land, if you want to turn into a commercial land for establishing a factory or a company, just to put this land for non-agricultural use, then you need to change your passbook. Okay, you need to put an application at the MRO office, and for that you need to pay certain amount of fees. So here with this amendment act, it would prevent undervaluation of property, due to which the state government was losing crores of rupees. Now see, what's happening is that an agricultural land will have a certain value and a commercial land will have a certain value, where the commercial value of a particular land is more than the value of an agricultural land. So generally what people used to do, they will sell this agricultural land as agricultural land. So because of this, at a very low cost, the land is being sold, but it will be used for a commercial purpose. So here, whatever the amount at which you are selling the land, some percentage of that particular amount is being taken as charges or taxes. Okay, that is called the registration fee. That is the revenue for the government. Now, agricultural land is having less price as compared to commercial land, right? So if you are transferring this agricultural land as agricultural land, the cost is very less, then the registration fees will be very less, right? But this agricultural land is being used for commercial purposes, right? That means at a low cost it has been bought and low registration fees has been paid to the government. So there is a loss of revenue for the government. There is undervaluation of property. Now this land is used for commercial operations, so they are getting the benefit, and the state government is losing its revenue. Okay, crores of rupees the state government has lost because of the undervaluation of property. So the concerned minister said that the discretionary powers of Revenue Divisional Officer (RDO) would be taken away with this amendment. Okay, and the entire process would be made online. With this, corruption can be put to an end. Okay, so the conversion process would be seamless and it would increase transparency because there will be no involvement of the RDOs, because of which there will be less corruption in the revenue administration. Okay, and there will be no undervaluation of property and the government will get a proper revenue. So that is a good thing. So that is the whole purpose of this particular amendment act. So simply with this particular amendment act, land conversion will be made online. So people will have to submit applications only on Dharani portal, and elimination of the interference of revenue divisional officers. So their discretionary power to just grant permission to sell agricultural land for a non-agricultural purpose, that would not happen now. So there will be no corruption at all. Okay, so there will be transparency in the revenue administration and the government will also get its better share of revenue. So that's the whole thing related to this particular amendment. And it was observed that some revenue officers were misusing their discretionary powers. So what do you mean by discretionary powers? Vichakshana adhikaram. Ante అతనికి ఒక పర్టికులర్ అగ్రికల్చరల్ ల్యాండ్ని నాన్ అగ్రికల్చరల్ పర్పసెస్కి మార్చొచ్చు అని అనిపిస్తే అతను దానిపైన నిర్ణయం తీసుకోవచ్చు. అది అతని డిస్క్రిషనరీ పవర్. అంటే తన విచక్షణకి వదిలేశారు. విత్ హీజ్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ and with his knowledge and awareness related to the various issues, he can take his own decision whether to grant permission or not to. So because of this thing, what used to happen, if a person wants to convert the agricultural land to non-agricultural purposes, he had to pay bribe to the revenue officials. So there was harassment of the applicants here. So because of this, there were irregularities. Now because of this, there was undervaluation of lands. So during the land conversion, there was undervaluation. So this will be prevented with this particular new amendment. Okay. Now the people can submit the application to convert the agricultural land for non-agricultural purposes and book a slot on the Dharani portal. Okay. That's why I said this amendment is related to Dharani portal. Okay. Now one more thing is there. When you want to convert the agricultural land into non-agricultural land, you need to pay certain penalty charges. Now the state government is saying that with this amendment, we will not impose any penalty charges against agricultural lands being used for non-agricultural purposes. If the landowner submits application within 3 months after diverting the agricultural land for non-agricultural purpose. See, an agricultural land is there, but now suddenly the farmer is thinking that the agriculture is not so profitable. Now he wants to establish a small scale industry here. Now this agricultural land has been put for non-agricultural purpose. So within 3 months from the date of establishment of this cottage industry, he need to submit an application. Okay. So then only, without any penalty charges, he will get the conversion of the land, that too through Dharani portal. That is all related to this particular amendment. Now we will discuss about the Kaleshwaram project. So there is violation of environmental clearance regarding the Kaleshwaram project. That is what the National Green Tribunal has said. So there was a petition by one of the citizen that the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation scheme KLIS is violating the law because it is not having proper environmental clearance. That's what the petition was there in the National Green Tribunal. So after going through the issue, the NGT has held that environmental clearance accorded to Kaleshwaram lift irrigation scheme stands in violation of the law. కాళేశ్వరం ప్రాజెక్టుకి ఏదైతే పర్యావరణ అనుమతులు లభించాయో అవి చట్టానికి అనుకూలంగా లేవంటే చట్టానికి విరుద్ధంగా ఉన్నాయి అని చెప్పేసి నేషనల్ గ్రీన్ ట్రైబ్యునల్, జాతీయ హరిత ట్రైబ్యునల్ చెప్పిందండి ఇక్కడ. సో ది NGT ఈజ్ సేయింగ్ దట్ Kaleshwaram lift irrigation scheme has been completed and still the expansion work is going to begin. But the issue is that the environmental clearance it got is not in lines, is not with law. Okay, it is not in terms of the law. Okay, so it is standing in violation of law. Okay, it has happened. Okay, the project is complete now, but it is against the environmental laws. So now what has to be done? So the NGT has said that as the project is complete now, so there will be some impact because of KILS on the environment. Okay, there will be environmental stress because of this particular project. Now certain remedial measures has to be taken to reduce the stress, to reduce the ecological burden on the environment because of this irrigation scheme. Okay, so that's the issue here. NGT simply said that this particular scheme is in violation of the environmental law, but as the project is complete, now we cannot demolish that. So what we can do is that we need to just reduce the environmental impact because of this particular project. So how we can reduce the impact? Through remedial actions. Now what is the remedial actions that the NGT has clearly stated here? NGT said that the project is complete, so there is a need to set up a committee on environmental impact, and it will decide the actions to be taken and environmental clearances. Okay, so with this judgment of NGT, the Union Ministry has been directed to set up a 7-member expert committee. Now this committee will have to decide, it will prepare a report in which it will tell us these steps to be taken to mitigate the environmental damage caused to the structures made since 2008 till 2018. Okay, so 2008లో ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్ ని స్టార్ట్ చేశారు, 2018లో ఇది దాదాపుగా పూర్తయింది. ఈ సమయంలో పర్యావరణం పైన ఏదైతే ప్రభావం పడిందో ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ పైన, సో దానిని ఇప్పుడు మనం చక్కదిద్దాలి. ఎందుకంటే ప్రాజెక్ట్ కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయింది, వి కాంట్ డూ ఎనీథింగ్ అబౌట్ దట్, బట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు మేక్ సర్టెన్ చేంజెస్ టు ది ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆన్ ది ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. సో దానికోసం ఎలాంటి స్టెప్స్ తీసుకోవాలి అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని చర్చించి ఒక రిపోర్ట్ని సబ్మిట్ చేయడానికి ఒక ఎక్స్పర్ట్ కమిటీని సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇక్కడ సెటప్ చేయాలి అని చెప్పేసి ఎన్జిటి చెప్పడం జరిగింది. సో ది సెంట్రల్ వర్కింగ్ కమిటీ డెసిషన్, that is the CWC decision on the expansion of the project, was determined not to proceed without environmental permits. సో ఈ ప్రాజెక్టుకు సంబంధించి ఇక మీదట ఏ పని చేపట్టాలన్నా సరే ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ పర్మిట్ లేకుండా అది సాధ్యం కాదు అని చెప్పింది. అది మాత్రమే కాకుండా రీసెంట్గా అపెక్స్ కౌన్సిల్ చెప్పిన దాని ప్రకారం ప్రాజెక్టుకు సంబంధించినటువంటి డిపిఆర్లు సమర్పించిన తర్వాత కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం యొక్క పర్మిషన్, అప్రూవల్ దొరికిన తర్వాత మాత్రమే ఈ ప్రాజెక్టుకు సంబంధించి రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ముందుకెళ్లేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది అని చెప్పేసి చాలా స్పష్టంగా చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఓకే, సో దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ది ఇష్యూ రిలేటెడ్ టు ది కాళేశ్వరం లిఫ్ట్ ఇరిగేషన్ స్కీమ్ అండ్ ది వైలేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ క్లియరెన్సెస్. ఓకే, so now we will discuss about one initiative in Telangana with relation to the MSMEs. So generally MSMEs ante entandi micro small medium enterprises ne MSMEs antar. So based upon the investment value, a industry is classified into either micro, small or medium enterprise. So these micro, small, medium enterprises are running business as well, but there is lack of funds, lack of investment, there is fund crunch. So generally if there is a big company like Tata, if Tata company needs funds, okay, funds to expand their business, what it will do? It will just list its company on National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange, that is in Bombay, okay, that is in Dalal State. So here they can list their company and the investors will buy their shares through shareholding and the company will get funds. Okay, షేర్ మార్కెట్లో ఇలా షేర్స్ని కొనటం ద్వారా కొన్ని కంపెనీస్లో పెట్టుబడులు పెడతారు. కానీ ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలకి ఇది చాలా కష్టం అవుతుంది. MSMEs, those people who are running MSMEs, they don't have proper awareness how to approach the Bombay Stock Exchange or National Stock Exchange, and what are the SEBI rules which are necessary to be followed to get listed on the Bombay Stock Exchange or the National Stock Exchange. So because of this, the MSMEs could not get funds from the investors, because of which they cannot expand their business. So here the Telangana government thought that it has to help the MSMEs. So Telangana government has joined hands with the Bombay Stock Exchange to help the MSMEs raise equity funds through share market. Okay. So here the Bombay Stock Exchange and Commerce and Industries Department of Telangana along with Global Linker Company have signed an MOU, that is Memorandum of Understanding, with this regard. Okay. So the partnership with Bombay Stock Exchange would help in addressing a vital challenge to access finance and increasing credibility of MSMEs. So once they are listed on Bombay Stock Exchange, they will get funds to run their business. Along with that, they will also get some kind of credibility that this particular company is a good company. That's why investors are investing on stock exchange, so we can buy the products of this particular company. Such kind of goodwill will be generated. So that is one more benefit of listing the MSMEs on Bombay Stock Exchange. So the Telangana government has joined hands with BSE with this regard. So as a part of this Memorandum of Understanding, the Bombay Stock Exchange will provide intellectual and manpower support to create awareness. అంటే ఏంటండి, కొన్ని క్లాసెస్ని కండక్ట్ చేస్తారు, ట్రైనింగ్ సెషన్స్ని కండక్ట్ చేస్తారు. అలాగే కొంతమంది అఫీషియల్స్ వచ్చి MSMEస్కి హెల్ప్ చేస్తారండి టు గెట్ లిస్టెడ్ ఆన్ ది బాంబే స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ అండ్ రైజ్ ఫండ్స్. ఓకే, అది మాత్రమే కాకుండా స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్లో లిస్ట్ అవ్వటం వల్ల కంపెనీకి ఎలాంటి లాభాలు ఉంటాయి, దాని యొక్క ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఏంటి అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని కూడాను ఇక్కడ చెప్పే బాధ్యత ఎవరిది? బాంబే స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ది. అండ్ the Bombay Stock Exchange officials have clearly mentioned that there is lack of awareness among the MSME owners that if they get listed on the stock exchange, there will be lot of costs. Okay, their cost of functioning will increase, and there will be so many compliance levels which they cannot means there will be rules which they cannot follow, or there will be conditions which they cannot fulfill. Such kind of misconceptions were there, preconceived notions were there. So just to make aware of these particular issues, the Bombay Stock Exchange will make efforts to create awareness among the MSMEs. Okay, did you understand? One of the various challenges the MSMEs face is the limited access to alternative source of finance. And one basic challenge that the MSME faces is that it has limited access to alternative source of finance. That means, see, they are not listed on Bombay Stock Exchange, but they need finance. They need loan. So banks may not give them loan because of certain rules. And if they approach private lenders, then what will happen? They may get financial troubles. Okay. And they may be in the trouble soup if the financials of the company is not good in the future because of the economic conditions or any reason. Okay, so these kind of troubles will be there, challenges will be there for the MSMEs. Okay, so if they are depending upon the debt capital, resulting in distorted capital structures and stifled cash flows, so these kind of problems will be there. So if they get listed in the Bombay Stock Exchange or the National Stock Exchange, if they have the eligibility, then what will happen? They can have proper finance through shareholders. So that was about the MSMEs in Telangana joining hands with the Bombay Stock Exchange with the help of the government of Telangana. Okay, now we will discuss about the expo related to assistive technology. Okay, now expo means exhibition. Okay, it is a exhibition. Okay, an event where certain things are displayed. Okay, now what is being displayed in this particular expo? That is the instruments related to assistive technology. Now you need to understand what is assistive technology. There are old people, there are disabled people, okay, angavaikalyam kaligina vallu untaru. There are people who can't get from their own bed, they are bedridden, okay, they are bedridden. There will be children with certain complications, they cannot walk or they cannot stand on their own. So here they need some sort of technological support. The old people may need a stick, a latest stick which is technology enabled, which has GPS, which has a voice control which will guide the old people. And if a old person is lost, the people can find him through this particular stick, through the GPS. Okay, that is called assistive technology. If there is a person who is not having a hand, he is crippled because he is not having a hand, so a bionic hand has been prepared for him with the inspiration of APJ Abdul Kalam. Okay, మర చేతిని తయారు చేయడం అండి, అంటే a hand which is prepared based on the artificial intelligence and the latest technology. So with this, the person can do all the activities that a person with natural hands can do. Okay, so if there is a bedridden person, then a bed, okay, the AI based bed can be prepared which will monitor the temperature, which will monitor the BP of that old person who is bedridden, and it can give all the important inputs and the blood sugar levels, the glucose levels, all these things would be done by this particular bed. Such kind of instrument would be there. So these kind of technological innovations which will help the humans perform their daily activities with ease if they are having certain complications, such technology is called assistive technology. So there is an exhibition, an expo related to assistive technology which would be hosted by Telangana Innovation Cell. Okay, that was the news. Now, as we are recording this particular lesson in November, so this particular expo has already been conducted, but we are discussing it at a later date. So the issue here is that this particular expo has been hosted by Telangana State Innovation Cell. Okay, so it is a state level exhibition for assistive technology. Okay, now as a on the occasion of International Day for Disabled Person, okay, to recognize and showcase assistive and rehabilitative solutions for elderly people with disabilities. Okay, as I have told you earlier what this assistive technology is. So on the occasion of International Day for Disabled Persons, this particular expo was being hosted. Okay, now this exhibition was a part of the larger Assistive Technology Summit 2020. Okay, so here the government, the startups, the non-profit organizations and the academia means academically means those brain rich persons like the scientists. Okay, all those people will come and they will have discussion with the companies or the startups or the non-profit organizations that are taking part in this particular expo. Okay, so the exhibitions are IIT Hyderabad, T-Works, Socia Alpha, okay, RT Lab Foundation. These kind of companies or startups are taking part in this particular expo. Okay, so this particular expo will provide a stage, a platform where there will be discussion with relation to the assistive technology. And if there is a product which is very helpful for the mankind, then it will get market. The investors may invest, the government may support, or certain hospitals may get their products. So that is the benefit of having this particular expo. So this was hosted by Telangana Innovation Cell. Now we will discuss about the TSAT channels. Okay, TSAT channel crossed 1 million downloads. Now the Telangana government is having 2 broadcasting channels which are meant for delivering knowledge to the students through television. Now the names of these channels are TS Nipuna, TS Vidya. Okay, so these particular network channels are having 1 million downloads. These channels are playing a key role in broadcasting digital classes to school and intermediate students as the educational institutions have remained closed due to COVID-19 pandemic. So if there is a question tomorrow in the exam that what are the two channels of the Telangana government to impart education through television, that is TS Nipuna and TS Vidya. These are the logos of those particular channels. Even you can also find these channels in your DTH if you are having the subscription. I think every DTH is having this subscription, and if you follow, all the important faculty would be coming there and teaching certain lessons to each and every class. Even the general studies for competitive examinations is being discussed here on these particular channels. So just try to find it, and it is available on the YouTube also. Okay, so let's move ahead and discuss the next important thing. As we all know, the Telangana government has decided to have a new secretariat complex. So the responsibility of building this new secretariat has been given to Shapurji Palonji Company. Okay, now this Mumbai based construction giant Shapurji Palonji Company Private Limited will be constructing the integrated complex of Telangana Secretariat. So based upon the bids by so many companies, this particular responsibility was given to this particular company. Okay, and the condition is that this particular secretariat has to be completed within 12 months. Okay, and the company's tender was approved at 4.02% excess over the estimated contract value of 494.86 crore rupees. Okay, now the Roads and Building Minister Vemula Prashant Reddy has directed the officials to split the new secretariat building complex work into 6 projects. So under 6 segments, 6 projects, this new secretariat would be completed. And who are the architects of this particular project? The architects are Ponni and Oscar. 2 people. Okay, so here is the picture of architects Oscar and Ponni. I've got this picture from ociarchitects.com. Okay, so the Telangana government has sanctioned 617 crores for the construction of this secretariat complex, and it will have a ground floor plus 5 floors. Totally there will be 6 floors with 7 lakh square feet of built up area on 25 acres area, and there will be a command center which will be constructed on top of the building, and 2 big parking areas would be there which can have up to 500 four-wheelers for ministers and officials, and another parking space with a capacity of 300 for four-wheelers would be created in the complex. Now here you can see the picture of the animated picture of the new secretariat that would be built for Telangana. Okay, now we will discuss about the electronic vehicle policy of Telangana. Now in the recent times, okay, in the recent past, the IT minister and industries minister KTR has launched the new electronic vehicle policy for Telangana. Now what is this policy is all about? As in these days, each and every government wants to reduce the CO2 emissions and the greenhouse gases. So they are depending more upon the electricity rather than the fossil fuels. So they want to increase the usage of the electric vehicles in place of the petrol and diesel based vehicles. So to encourage the utilization or accessing the electric vehicles, the government has come up with this particular policy. Now, the new electrical vehicle and energy storage solution policy will promote the usage of electronic vehicles, and it will attract the investors in the green mobility sector. The government is with the view of celebrating the Telangana as a hub for electronic vehicles sector. Okay, it wants to make Telangana an industrial hub for the electronic vehicles also. So it wants to get more investment in this particular sector. So it has launched this particular policy in which it will be providing certain incentives for the industries that would be set up in this particular electronic vehicles sector. So the proposed investment would be 4,600 crores, which will result in 4,200 jobs that has been declared through the electronic vehicles policy. And it has been said that for the first 2 lakh two-wheelers, okay, for the first 2 lakh two-wheelers which are electric vehicles, 100% exemption from road tax would be given. How much? 100% exemption. And for the first 5,000 private cars, electric cars that are being purchased, for them also 100% road tax exemption would be given. Now, the registration fee will be provided to the first 2 lakh two-wheelers and first 5,000 private electric cars that have been purchased. Okay, so the registration fee would also be provided by the government only. Okay, and 20,000 three-wheelers that are like autos and 5,000 commercial passenger vehicles like taxi, tourist cabs, and 10,000 electric light goods carriers and 5,000 e-buses purchase will also get the same exemptions, that is registration fee and 100% road tax exemption. These benefits would be provided to the consumers, those who will buy the electronic vehicles. Okay, now with this, the consumers will be buying more electronic vehicles. With this, the electronic vehicles company may think that Telangana is a good market for us. Okay, so they will divert their investments to Telangana. That is the strategy of Telangana government here. Now, along with that, the Telangana government aimed at making Telangana a preferred manufacturing destination, as I have told you. So, the government will also provide preferential market access to companies. As I have told you, it is providing certain incentives and facilities to the electronic vehicles companies that will invest in Telangana. So, there was a same electronic vehicles policy in 2016. So, in line with that, new incentives have been declared. Now, what are those incentives that we will discuss now? So, if a company is coming to Telangana to establish an electronic vehicles manufacturing unit, it will get 20% capital investment subsidy. That means the capital it will invest, out of that 20% would be given by the government as subsidy, and 100% SGST reimbursement up to 24 crores for 7 years. 7 సంవత్సరాల వరకు SGSTని 100% తిరిగి మళ్ళీ కంపెనీకి ప్రభుత్వం చెల్లిస్తుంది. అయితే అది 25 కోట్లకి మించదన్నమాట. ఓకే, 25 కోట్ల కంటే ఎక్కువ ఉన్నా అప్పుడు 25 కోట్లు మాత్రమే చెల్లిస్తుంది. అలాగే పవర్ టారిఫ్ డిస్కౌంట్ 25% ఇస్తుంది. అంటే ఆ కంపెనీ 100 రూపాయలు ఎలక్ట్రిక్ ఛార్జ్ పే చేయాల్సి వస్తే ఇక్కడ 75 రూపాయలు మాత్రమే చెల్లిస్తుంది, ఎందుకంటే 25 రూపాయలు ప్రభుత్వం డిస్కౌంట్ ఇచ్చింది. అలాగే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ సబ్వెన్షన్ ఆఫ్ 5.2% ఫర్ 5 years వుడ్ బి గివెన్. ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ డ్యూటీ ఎగ్జంప్షన్. ఓకే, ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ డ్యూటీ కట్టాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ సబ్సిడీ and other expenditures like stamp duty, transfer duty, registration fee, lease rental assistance will be given to these particular companies that will be investing in the electronic vehicles manufacturing. Now, already in Telangana there is an energy park established, that is at Raviriyala and Maheshwaram, and the government said under this particular new policy that it will have energy park, a new energy park established at Divitapalli. Remember where? Divitapalli. Already we are having manufacturing clusters, electronic manufacturing clusters at Raviriyala and Maheshwaram. So along with these electronic vehicle parks, the government is thinking of establishing one more cluster at some other area which will be declared in the coming future. So that's the strategy of the Telangana government. So here you can see Telangana IT Minister KTR has launched this particular electronic vehicles policy, and the government has also told that it will establish the electronic vehicle charging points at various places all over Telangana, just like the petrol pumps are there. Okay, so just like the petrol pumps, electronic vehicle charging points would also be provided at various places. Okay, so we will move on to the next, that is related to the Rayalaseema lift irrigation. Okay, so National Green Tribunal has asked the Andhra Pradesh government not to go ahead with Rayalaseema lift irrigation scheme without green nod. So generally the Telangana government has an objection with relation to the Rayalaseema lift irrigation. Okay, so it has approached the NGT Southern Bench, and the NGT Southern Bench has requested both the parties to come and submit their DPRs, and AP government said that we are not using a single TMC of water that has been means a single TMC more than the water that is allocated to us. So simply the AP government has clearly said that out of the TMC means the limit of water that has been given. For example, if 8 TMC is the limit that has been given, the water share that has been given, we will not use 1 TMC more than that through this particular RLS, that is Rayalaseema Lift Irrigation Scheme. So there is nothing to worry. We are just upgrading the Rayalaseema Lift Irrigation Scheme. Okay, so there is no need for a fresh environmental clearance. That is the opinion of the Andhra Pradesh government. But the Telangana government is saying that it is a new project. It is altering the already existing project, which means it is a new project and it will affect the irrigation projects of Telangana. Okay, certain districts of Telangana may get affected. So you should not give permission to the Andhra Pradesh government to go ahead with the Rayalaseema Lift Irrigation Scheme. So after going through the entire issue, the NGT has asked the union government to submit an affidavit. So the union government has submitted an affidavit and said that it is not a fresh project. Okay, so there is no need for environment clearance. That is what the union government is thinking. That is what the opinion of the union government. So it said that it may not need the environment clearance again because earlier it got the environment clearance. But overall what happened here is that the NGT has disagreed with the experts committee of the union ministry that there was no need to secure fresh environment clearance to the Rayalaseema Lift Irrigation Scheme. It clearly said that, means union ministry committee, the expert committee of union ministry said that there is no need for fresh environment clearance for RLIP. But NGT said that no, you are wrong. It is a dam already, the Rayalaseema Lift Irrigation Scheme, and the government want to upgrade it. Okay, it wants to increase the height. It wants to store more water, or it wants to divert more water. It will have environmental impact, so it needs the new environmental clearance. Okay, that's what the NGT has said. And it has also said that the project will now be governed by KRMB, Krishna River Management Board. The Andhra Pradesh government said that the project was designed to take 3 to 8 TMC of water at the level of 800 feet in Srisailam, as it could not draw the quota of water at the existing allowed level of 854 feet at Srisailam. That's what the claim of the Andhra Pradesh government. Okay, so finally the issue here is that the Andhra Pradesh government cannot go ahead with the Rayalaseema Lift Irrigation Scheme as per the NGT order. So in the earlier video I have clearly discussed about this particular Rayalaseema Lift Irrigation Scheme and what are the opinions of both the governments. And at one point I might have said in that video that the NGT said that the Andhra Pradesh government can go ahead with the lift irrigation scheme. I'm sorry, there is a correction. It is not the NGT which said. It is the union government which opined that the Andhra Pradesh government may go ahead with relation to the Rayalaseema lift irrigation scheme because it is not a fresh or new project. Okay, it is the union ministry which said. So please correct that if I have told wrong. I think I have told wrong that the NGT said it. Okay, it's not NGT but the expert committee of union ministry which told that there is no need to secure fresh environment clearance for RLIP. Okay, but now the NGT has disagreed. Okay, so let's move on to the next important news, that is Raitu Vedikas. So this is a new initiative by the Telangana government. Now under this initiative, the farmers will be brought under one platform. Okay, there it will be ensured that the farmers are getting higher returns on their agricultural crops. So the government is planning to construct 2,601 Raitu Vedikas in this state. So one such Raitu Vedika was inaugurated by CM K. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu at Kodakandla Mandal of the Jangaon district on 31st October 2020. So Raitu Vedika is an initiative to bring the farmers under one platform and help them attain higher returns. The government plans to construct 2,601 Raitu Vedikas in this state, as I have told earlier. Now, what would be the use of this particular Raitu Vedikas? See here what will happen. It will just provide a platform for the farmers to discuss various things and to make them aware of the remunerative prices and better marketing facilities and higher productivity, how higher productivity can be achieved, and finally every effort would be for the sake of providing profitable agriculture. So the aim of this Raitu Vedika is profitable agriculture for the farmers. Okay, so these particular platforms will help farmers meet frequently and discuss their problems and materialize their plans in selling their produce. So if the meeting is held in a particular village, so all the farmers will meet here, and whatever the agricultural problems they have, they will be discussing those problems and they will prepare their own plan to mitigate them. And if they need government support, they will approach the government and provide the report that we are having such and such problems, please help us. So it will act as a platform where they can find solution for their agricultural problems. Okay, how they are going to sell their produce and all those things. It will also help the farmers to organize themselves into a group for protecting their rights. If government or any private agency is acting against the interest of the farmers, they can unite and fight against those agricultural odds. Okay, and it will also facilitate the government to know what kind of ground level problems and difficulties are there which are being faced by the farmers, and it will help the government to understand what kind of schemes and strategies are needed to make agriculture sustainable and profitable. Okay, and the platforms will be used as skill imparting centers where skill development in the agricultural field would be provided to the farmers by agriculture and allied departments. Each Raitu Vedika will have 2 rooms, 2 toilets with a plinth area of 2046 square feet. Okay, these are the facilities provided at the Raitu Vedika. So here you can see this is one such Raitu Vedika at a Birkur area. Okay, so it is a Raitu Vedika in Birkur area. Okay, here you can see the name Birkur. So the first topic that we are going to discuss now is Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics. Basically, the Indian Railways along with Indian School of Business, they have a Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics. Why we are discussing this particular thing? Because the South Central Railway, which is located at Secunderabad, so it is playing a key role in this particular thing. So this particular Center of Excellence would be taken up at the South Central Railway. So this particular step is considered as an important step towards transforming the Indian Railways. How it will transform the Indian Railways? The artificial intelligence and data analytics technology, it will help the Indian Railways to understand the customer engagement, means what kind of customers are interested in the Indian Railways for traveling, at what particular seasons the demand for the traveling is more, and in which routes the demand is more. Like this, all sorts of information can be collected through artificial intelligence and through data analytics. The Indian Railways can have a clear picture about the demand for the traveling through Indian Railways and what the Indian Railways has to do to improve the Indian Railways in terms of the customer satisfaction, the passenger satisfaction. So generally it is a 12 months program, the project, 12 months project which will be undertaken for improving operational efficiency That's what just now I have explained. So, in collaboration with Indian School of Business, the Indian Railways is establishing Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics at South Central Railway, that is located at Secunderabad. Now, with this project, the Indian Railways can expect or it can predict requests, aspirations and their demands, and along with that it can also understand its operational activity, the operational activity of Indian Railways, and as per the trends, as per the requirement, the changes that are necessary in terms of service, in terms of safety, in terms of the equipment and infrastructure, those reforms would be brought in the coming future. So let's move on to the next important thing. Now the next topic is integrated township policy. Now what is integrated township policy? We have seen that there were urban floods in Hyderabad, and we have seen that the old city and some other parts of Hyderabad was submerged with the overflowing rainwater. There was no way that the rainwater can be channeled towards a place where the water can store. So the water was flowing into the streets of the old city and the other parts of Hyderabad. So it's not the first time. Earlier also it happened that so many parts of Hyderabad, especially the similar areas of Hyderabad, are again and again submerged due to the heavy rains. So whenever there is a heavy rain in Hyderabad, then the Hyderabadi people know what kind of difficulties they have to face. So such disaster, or we can say natural calamity or man-made calamity, took place at Hyderabad. So keeping in view the problems that were faced by the people, the government of Telangana is of the view to decongest the city. It wants to decongest the city. So for that a policy is being prepared which was accepted by the cabinet of Telangana. Decongestion means the city is not having a proper drainage channel system which can help the excessive rainwater to flow through a proper channel and get stored in a suitable area like a pond or a lake. So how the government is intending to decongest the city, that particular thing have been discussed in this particular policy. ప్రతిసారి హైదరాబాద్లో వరదలు వస్తున్నాయి. వరదలు వచ్చిన ప్రతిసారి ప్రభుత్వం పదే పదే చెప్తున్నటువంటి మాట ఏంటి అంటే, మేము హైదరాబాద్లో ఇంకొకసారి వరదలు రానియకుండా చూస్తామని చెప్పేసి చెప్తా ఉన్నారు. కానీ చాలా వరకు ఇది అమలు కావట్లేదు అనేది నిజమైన విషయం. ఇప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వం ఒక కొత్త పాలసీని తీసుకొచ్చింది. దాన్ని ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ టౌన్షిప్ పాలసీ అంటున్నారు. ఒక విధంగా చెప్పాలంటే ఇది ఒక కొత్త కాన్సెప్ట్ అని కూడా మనం అనుకోవచ్చు. దీంట్లో భాగంగా ప్రభుత్వం ఏం చేయాలనుకుంటుంది అనంటే, రియల్ ఎస్టేట్ డెవలప్మెంట్కి సంబంధించి ఇక్కడ కొన్ని మార్పులు తీసుకురావాలనుకుంటుంది. రియల్ ఎస్టేట్ కంపెనీస్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో అవి టౌన్షిప్స్ని డెవలప్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాయి హైదరాబాద్కి చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్నటువంటి ఏరియాలో. అటువంటి ప్రదేశాల్లో రియల్ ఎస్టేట్ కంపెనీలు టౌన్షిప్ని డెవలప్ చేసేటప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి ఒక నిర్దిష్టమైనటువంటి పద్ధతిలో కట్టడాలు చేపట్టాలని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయటమే ఈ పాలసీలో ఉన్నటువంటి ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి విషయం. దాన్నే ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ టౌన్షిప్ పాలసీ అంటున్నారు. ఇంకా సింపుల్గా చెప్పాలి అంటే టౌన్షిప్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది అనంటే, ఒకవైపు ఐటీ సెక్టార్ ఉద్యోగులు ఎక్కువ మంది హైదరాబాద్లో ఉంటారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకి పనికి వెళ్ళటానికి ఉపయోగపడేటట్టుగా, ఇంకొక వైపుగా ఒకే చోట అన్ని వసతులు, షాపింగ్ కాంప్లెక్స్లు ఉండేటట్టుగా, అలాగే స్కూల్స్ దగ్గరలో ఉండేటట్టుగా, పార్క్స్ దగ్గరలో ఉండేటట్టుగా, సినిమా హాల్స్ దగ్గరలో ఉండేటట్టుగా, హాస్పిటల్స్ దగ్గరలో ఉండేటట్టుగా. సో ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ టౌన్షిప్ అంటే అన్ని రకాల సదుపాయాలు ఒకే చోట కల్పిస్తూ హైదరాబాద్ ప్రజలందరూ కూడాను ఒక పర్టిక్యులర్ ఏరియాలో ఎక్కువగా గుమిగూడకంటా చూసేటువంటి ఒక ప్రణాళికే ఈ ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ టౌన్షిప్ పాలసీ. సో సింప్లీ సర్టెన్ ఏరియాస్ ఆఫ్ హైదరాబాద్ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ మోర్ population concentration. So because of that, more waste is generated, more demand for housing is there. So because of that, irregular constructions are being taken place. Okay, and the small lakes which are there in and around Hyderabad, they are being covered up with soil and concrete, and on that the buildings are being constructed. So because of this, whenever there is rain, excess rain, the water which have to find its way to the ground, to the earth, that is not possible because we have encroached upon all the lakes which were naturally there to seep the excess water that was coming from rain. So through this particular policy, the Telangana government is intending to develop the construction sector in such a way beyond outer ring road area, in such a way that the people can get all sorts of facilities at one place. Now see here, the concept is called live, work, learn and play. What it is? Live, work, learn and play. Now this is a self-contained township. Means in this particular township, whatever you need, all those things will be available at one place. Now because of this thing, the people's movement into the core areas of Hyderabad can be limited to a certain extent. దీని వలన ఎక్కువగా రాకపోకలు సాగించడం అనేటువంటి కాన్సెప్ట్ ఉండదండి. సాధారణంగా ఏమవుతుందంటే హైదరాబాద్ చుట్టుపక్కల ఈ టౌన్షిప్స్ డెవలప్ అవటంతో అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రజలు ఇక్కడ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ కంపెనీలో పనిచేస్తూ ఔటర్ రింగ్ రోడ్ మరియు మిగతా మెయిన్ సిటీకి దూరంగా ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రదేశాల నుంచి మెయిన్ సిటీలో ఐటీ హబ్లో పనిచేయటం కోసం వాళ్ళు రోజు ప్రయాణం సాగిస్తున్నారు. దీనివల్ల పొల్యూషన్ ఉంటుంది, దీనివల్ల ట్రాఫిక్ జామ్ ఉంటుంది, దీనివల్ల అనేక ఇతర ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి. సో అలాంటి ప్రాబ్లం లేకుండా వాళ్ళకి వర్క్ చేయటానికి, ఉండటానికి మరియు నేర్చుకోవటానికి మరియు ఆడుకోవటానికి అన్నింటికీ సంబంధించి ఒకే చోట సదుపాయాలని కల్పించినట్లయితే ప్రజలు అక్కడి నుంచి ఎక్కువగా వేరే చోటకి పదే పదే వెళ్ళటం అనేటువంటిది జరగదు. అందుకనే దీన్ని సెల్ఫ్ కంటైన్డ్ టౌన్షిప్ అని అంటున్నారు. సో ది ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ టౌన్షిప్ పాలసీ ఈస్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ది పాలసీ ఆఫ్ లివ్, వర్క్, లెర్న్ అండ్ ప్లే. సో యాజ్ ఎ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ పాలసీ, encouragement of the IT sector growth in the eastern and northern parts would be the main focus, so that the population concentration at one place can be relaxed. Most of the population in Hyderabad is around the IT hub. So if we provide more infrastructure for the IT industries at various other places in Hyderabad, then more companies will be situated at other places of Hyderabad. Now with this, we can reduce the population flocking, the population concentration at one place. By this, we can decongest the city. Under this policy, the government is offering more benefits to the real estate developers in such a way that they can develop more satellite townships and counter magnets about 5 km outside of ORR, that is outer ring road. So about a distance of 5 kilometers outside the ORR, more townships would be developed which will be attracting more population from the Hyderabad city. By this, the population concentration at a specific place can be relaxed, by which we can have an opportunity to develop the urban area into a sustainable urban area. So that's the entire concept of integrated township policy. Let's move on to the next important thing, that is an initiative for startups that has been launched by two organizations. One is the NMDC, National Mineral Development Corporation. Another one is an educational institution, that is IIT Hyderabad. It is IIT Hyderabad. So this particular initiative is an incubation and fellowship program to support deep tech startups. So startups are those companies which are at budding stage. Now those startup companies which are involved in the technical issues, the deep technological initiatives. So to support those particular startups, an incubation and fellowship program has been started. Incubation means all sorts of support, mentorship, financing, all these things will be given for these startups to build into a big, large scale organizations. And this Fellowship program is nothing but certain people who are interested in these startups and they are working, those people would be selected, and financial aid, mentorship and all sorts of support. So whether it is academic support, financial support, or even the support related to administration and policies, the government policies, all sorts of support is provided to that particular startup to study and develop a particular startup. So in order to promote the spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation in India, and also to support the Startup India initiative of the government, the NMDC and IIT Hyderabad has taken up this initiative for startups. We are discussing this particular thing because it is related to IIT Hyderabad. Okay, so this entire program has been given the name NICE. NICE means NMDC Innovation and Incubation Center. What it is? NMDC Innovation and Incubation Center program. So that's the name of this particular program. So what is the aim of NICE? The aim is to support 5 startups every year. And what kind of support it is? Financial aid up to 25 lakhs would be given to these particular 5 startups to convert their concept into a scalable business, to convert their idea into such a money spinner that they can have a good platform to run a sustainable business. So generally it is a 5-year program. So it is a 5-year program. And under this program, NMDC, the National Mineral Development Corporation, would support 15 fellows and 15 startups by providing them financial aid, mentoring support, co-working space and other infrastructural benefits that a particular startup would be needing. So for this particular initiative, NMDC has given 10 crores. So 10 crores of fund has been set up by the National Mineral Development Council. So under this particular program, 5 fellows would be chosen who will be given 80,000 monthly stipend for 12 months so that they can develop their prototype. What do you mean by prototype? If they are having a concept like they have invented a machine which can convert the waste plastic into a plastic sheet, reusable plastic sheet. Now that is an invention. So they will be developing a prototype, means a miniature version of their project that would be developed. For that, for 12 months, they will be given 80,000 per month. For how many people? 5 people. So that's the entire concept of this particular initiative by IIT Hyderabad and NMDC, an initiative to support the Stand Up India movement. Now let's move on to the next important thing. Now this is related to IIIT Hyderabad. Now this particular IIIT Hyderabad, it is an eminent educational institution. Now this has developed a unique lip sync method. What do you mean by lip sync method? See, as I am speaking in the similar way, there may be many videos on internet. So when a person is speaking on internet in a particular video, you can see the voice coming out and his lips, the way he is having his lip movements. Now that thing is called lip sync. The sound and the movement of the lips should be in sync. That is called lip sync. So under this particular method, they can find out the fake videos. So tackling of fake videos would be very, very easy now. See, for example, a great TV personality or a social reformer or some other important personality of the society is there. He is speaking something on video and somebody can change the audio of that particular video, or somebody can dub the voice of that particular person and change the sentences that that particular person have said. Now this can lead to a controversy or even it can lead to violence also. So in order to tackle with these kind of fake videos, this lip sync method can be very, very useful, because this method, through usage of artificial intelligence, it will try to sync the lip movement of the person and the voice coming out of it. So if both are matching, then it can be considered as a original video. Otherwise, it is a fake video. So in this way, handling or tackling the fake videos would be easy. Another important application of this method is that there will be so many games, the Android games or other computer games, which has certain characters in those particular games. So those particular characters need voice. So generally the voice is dubbed. But so many times we see that just a similar lip movement will be there and different dialogues would be coming. Unlike that, here the gaming characters will have a proper voice sync with this particular lip sync method. So the lip movement animation and the proper voice for it would be possible through this particular lip sync method. Not only this, whenever there is an educational lecture, if a person wants to translate that particular lecture into his own language, that would also be possible through this particular lip sync method. Okay, so these are the applications of this lip sync method that has been developed by IIIT Hyderabad. So this particular project has been given the name Wave to Lip project. What it is? Wave to Lip project. Now let's move on to the next important thing, that is a new concept called Walk to Work. What it is? Walk to Work. Earlier we have discussed about the integrated township policy. In that particular thing we have discussed that all the facilities would be provided in a particular township so that the people living in that township does not have to go to the main city of Hyderabad to get whatever the facilities they want, by which the government is intending to decongest the city. So out of that we got this concept Walk to Work. So it was in news. Already we have discussed this particular thing, but again we are discussing because this concept has been discussed there. So the government is planning a policy for the development of integrated self-contained townships outside the outer ring road, as we have discussed earlier. So as I have told you, all the facilities would be provided here. But now here the issue is that in the same township the office of the employees would be there and their residential houses would be there, and facilities like hospitals and schools and supermarkets, all these things would be available here only. So the people who are engaged in the IT sector or any other sector, they can go to their office being in their own township. So it is walk to work. By walk, they can go from their house to their office and they can return back in the same way. By this, there will be no greater extent of transportation, there would be no pollution, there would be no congestion of the urban areas because of this thing. So this concept is called as walk to work concept. Now this concept is a part of the Telangana Comprehensive Integrated Township Policy Rules 2020. Okay, what is this particular policy? Telangana Comprehensive Integrated Township Policy Rules 2020. So what are these rules? Now, generally it is assumed that as per these rules, the township should be developed in a minimum of 100 acres. How much area? Minimum of 100 acres. And it should be developed at least 5 kilometers away from the nearest outer ring road boundary area. Okay, and minimum 25% and up to 50% of the net area of the township should be utilized for setting up the work center, that is the offices. Okay, the work area, and the remaining land should not be less than 50% of the net area, which should be used for the residential purposes. Okay, 50% of the remaining land, okay, whatever the remaining land is there, which has been set aside after building the working area, out of that land, not less than 50% of that particular land should be used for the residential purposes. So in this way, the Telangana government wanted to develop the integrated townships in Hyderabad. So this policy is called as Telangana Comprehensive Integrated Township Policy, and the rules of this particular policy we have discussed just now. So the concept that came out of this particular policy is walk to work. Okay, remember these catchy titles. Okay, these can be asked as a question in your examinations. There is a possibility. I'm not saying exactly it can be asked, but there is a possibility. Okay, now let's move on to the next important thing, that is AWS investment in Telangana. Now what is AWS? Amazon Web Services. What it is? Amazon Web Services. We all know Amazon has invested in Telangana in terms of Amazon Web Services. So what is Amazon Web Service? It is a secure cloud computing platform for Amazon. So it is a data center where the Amazon company's web services are dealt with. Now this particular AWS, that is Amazon Web Services, this is a wing of the Asia Pacific region. Okay, so under this 20,761 crore rupees investment is being made in Telangana. Okay, now it is very important because this is a large scale investment in Telangana. So it's the largest FDI in the history of Telangana ever. So that's why we are discussing about this particular thing. So under this Amazon Web Services, multiple data centers at various locations in Hyderabad would be developed, and this particular investment by Amazon is set to open the doors for more investments to the state. When a company like Amazon, which is a world-class company, it is investing in state like Telangana, then other companies would also get a signal that the infrastructure, the government policy, the government support and all other market factors are very attractive and suitable for the tech industry in Telangana. So with this signal, all the other investments would also be coming to Telangana. So that's the news about Amazon Web Services. Okay, now let's move ahead and discuss about the 2 BHK project of Telangana, which has got a national award. So, 2 పడక గదుల ఇల్లు కేసీఆర్ ప్రభుత్వం తెలంగాణలో చేపట్టడం జరుగుతుంది. చాలా వరకు ఇది వార్తల్లో ఉంది. అయితే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఒక పర్టికులర్ చోట ఈ 2 పడక గదుల ఇల్లు ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో ఈ ప్రాజెక్టుకి సంబంధించి నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో ఒక అవార్డు రావటం జరిగింది. దీని గురించి ఇప్పుడు మాట్లాడుకుందాం. సో హుడ్కో అవార్డ్. The award name is HUDCO Award. This award was given for best practices at national level in terms of providing housing to the poor people. So generally at Kolluru there is a place called Ramachandrapuram. So here the Telangana government was preparing the double bedroom project. Under this project 15,660 dwelling units. What do you mean by dwelling units? The place where the people can move in for a residential facility. Okay, so like this 15,660 units are there which are being built in around 144 acres of area. So this construction is equipped with all modern facilities. So the practices that were involved in building this particular project was recognized as the best practices at the national level by HUDCO. So for this purpose, the project at Kolluru got the national level award, that is HUDCO Award. Okay. Now let me tell you what is HUDCO. Housing and Urban Development Corporation. Urban Development Corporation. So Housing and Urban Development Corporation, that is called HUDCO. So the HUDCO Award for best practices at national level was given to Kolluru of Telangana. Okay, so let's move ahead and discuss about University of Hyderabad, which was among the top 10 educational institutions, higher educational institutions in country. So in India, it was placed among the top 7 higher educational institutions as per the Global RUR Rankings 2020. So there was a ranking which was released, that was Global RUR Rankings 2020. So generally RUR is nothing but Round University Ranking, which is a ranking agency. So along with another organization, the RUR generally annually releases its ranking related to the higher educational institutions. So generally this ranking indicates the world's 800 leading higher education institutions. How many? 800 leading higher education institutions. So out of these 800 higher education institutions, one of them was University of Hyderabad. That is the central university. Okay. So based upon the 20 indicators like teaching, research, international diversity, financial sustainability, like this 20 indicators are there, on the basis of which these rankings are prepared. So the University of Hyderabad got 363rd rank out of 829 higher educational institutions of the world. From India, 13 higher education institutions were there in this particular ranking, and out of them, University of Hyderabad got the 7th rank. So in India, it is having 7th rank. All over the world, University of Hyderabad is having 363rd rank. Okay, as per Global RUR Rankings 2020. And in terms of teaching, University of Hyderabad got 72nd rank. Okay, 72వ rank సాధించడం జరిగింది. Now moving ahead, we will discuss about Palle Pragati. Okay, so now what is the news about Palle Pragati? Palle Pragati, rural development. Palle Pragati. Palle means rural, Pragati means development. So this was a scheme of the government to develop the rural areas. Now with relation to that, to monitor this particular scheme, 2 mobile apps were launched by the concerned ministry. So these 2 mobile apps were known as Palle Pragati Panchayat Secretary app and Palle Pragati Inspection Officer app. Okay. Now these 2 apps were designed by State Panchayat Raj Department. And what was the purpose of these particular apps? The purpose is to monitor this Palle Pragati scheme. So it will aim at improving the functioning and supervision of Panchayat Raj Department. Now the Panchayat Raj Department can have a better understanding of the implementation of Palle Pragati program through these 2 apps. Now with these apps, the problems at the rural level, they would be identified, and the solution for these identified problems could be possible at a greater pace because of these 2 apps. Now the Panchayat Secretary app, okay, the Palle Pragati Panchayat Secretary app, it will have certain sections related to the activities like cleaning of roads, drainages, government offices, and all other things would be there. Even garbage collection would be there. So like this, the working manual is present in this particular Palle Pragati Panchayat Secretary app and as well as Palle Pragati Inspection Officer app. So on one hand, the monitoring of the grassroots level would be possible, and on the other hand, the officials can monitor the implementation of this particular policy through these 2 apps. Okay. Now let's discuss about another important thing, that is a memorandum of understanding between the Telangana government and Wales government. Now where is this Wales? It is in United Kingdom. Okay. So this Wales government, it is a state just like the Telangana in India. Wales is also a government, a state government, or we can say administrative unit of UK. So both these governments had a memorandum of understanding. Now what is this memorandum of understanding is related to? This is related to the entrepreneurship skills of the youth of Telangana. So in order to promote research, entrepreneurship and innovation and improve the employability and skills among the students of Telangana, this memorandum of understanding was made between Wales government and Telangana government. Now with this memorandum of understanding, both the states can have a better social linkage in terms of the higher education. And for the purpose of enhanced research also, this memorandum of understanding would be very, very helpful for both the states. Now, because of this memorandum of understanding, there can be a greater research, a better research environment, greater innovation and stronger education systems for both these states, that is Wales government and Telangana government. So this MOU, that is the memorandum of understanding, is related to the enhancement of entrepreneurship skills of the youth of Telangana. Okay, keep this point in mind that this is a MOU between Wales government and Telangana government with relation to enhancing the entrepreneurship skills of the youth of Telangana. Moving on to the next important news. Now this particular concept is very, very important, that is Sada Bainama. What it is? Sada Bainama. Now the news is that the Telangana government is of the view to amend the Revenue Act so that the way for registration of Sada Bainama lands would be easier. Now what is this story? What is Sada Bainama? First you need to understand what is Sada Bainama. Sada means normal, general. Then what is Bainama? Simply, earlier in Telangana there was a system of land registration. Now generally, whenever a land is sold or a property is sold to one person from another person, okay, when person A is selling a particular property to person B, okay, let us say a land is there which is being sold by person A to person B. Okay, now generally they would have an agreement on the paper, okay, general white paper, that so and so person A is selling so and so amount of land to person B for such and such amount on such and such date, and the signatures of both the parties would be there. As simple as writing a leave letter to your school principal, here the transaction of the property would be possible on a single piece of paper without the intervention of the government. Now this transaction where there is no registration of this sale deed, it is called as Sada Bainama. సాధారణ భాషలో చెప్పాలంటే ఒక కాగితం ముక్క పైన ఇద్దరు వ్యక్తులు ఒక భూమికి సంబంధించినటువంటి అమ్మకానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి వివరాలని రాసుకుని ఒక అగ్రిమెంట్కి వచ్చి దానిపైన సంతకాలు చేసుకుని భూమి యొక్క పంపకం జరిగినట్లుగా భావిస్తారు. సాధారణంగా రెవెన్యూ ఆఫీస్కి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ మన సేల్ డీడ్ని మనం రిజిస్టర్ చేయించుకుంటేనే ప్రభుత్వం యొక్క దృష్టిలో అది ప్రభుత్వం రికగ్నైజ్ చేసినటువంటి ఒక ట్రాన్సాక్షన్. సో వెన్ యూ రిజిస్టర్ ది సెల్లింగ్ ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ ప్రాపర్టీ విత్ ది గవర్నమెంట్ రెవెన్యూ డిపార్ట్మెంట్, then only that particular transaction is recognized by the registration department, the revenue department of the government. Now what is the benefit of registering it? Whenever there is a problem related to the property in terms of legality, then they can approach the concerned court and it can look into the matter of the registration and it can solve the problem. But what is the problem with this Sada Bainama? This Sada Bainama is nothing but it is a simple transaction which is being made on the basis of a paper which is being written by both the seller and the buyer, which is not coming under the registration. Okay, generally this transaction is not registered at the registration office. Okay, such transaction is called as Sada Bainama. So the government wanted to regularize the unregistered sale deeds. So simply Sada Bainama is unregistered sale deeds. Okay, so the government wanted to regularize it. Now what do you mean by regularizing? To register those transactions again so that they can have a legal validity. Okay, that was the plan of the government. Generally the land registration or the land regularization or the sale and purchase of the lands and their regularization is done under the Telangana Rights in Land and Patadar Passbooks Act 1971. But later in this particular October month of 2020, GO number 112 was released by the government of Telangana and it allowed the registration of sale and purchase of land under a New Revenue Act. And earlier, the transaction of Sada Bainamas, they were regularized under an act called ROR Act. It was called as Record of Rights Act, ROR Act. Now this ROR Act was replaced with this New Revenue Act from October 29. Because there was a New Revenue Act in the state, the ROR Act was replaced with this New Revenue Act. But here there was a legal confusion. So a public interest litigation was filed in the Telangana High Court that New Revenue Act has been passed by the Telangana government. But it did not have, that particular New Revenue Act did not have any provisions for regularization of Sada Bainama transactions. Then how the Telangana government can give permission for regularization of the Sada Bainama lands? That was the legal question here. So the Telangana High Court has taken up that particular issue for trial, and the High Court has questioned the government that how it can process the applications for the regularization of Sada Bainama lands under the ROR Act, which no longer existed. See, the government has replaced the ROR Act by the New Revenue Act. Okay, New Revenue Act. But still, the government said that it want to regularize the Sada Bainama lands. Now, when ROR Act is not there, how the government can regularize the Sada Bainama transactions with the New Revenue Act? That was the question in front of the government in High Court. So, keeping in view this legal hurdle, the government of Telangana had the plan to create a new amendment to this particular Revenue Act. Now it was intended to clear the legal hurdles for regularization of Sada Bainama transactions. Now, with this particular decision of the Telangana government, the Telangana Rights in Land and Pattadar Passbook Act 2020 would again be amended. Okay, this is the name of the New Revenue Act, which will again be amended so that there would be legal clearance for the regularization of the Sada Bainama lands. So in this particular aspect, you need to understand what is Sada Bainama lands transaction, okay, and what is the ROR Act and what is the New Revenue Act of the government and how it is creating hurdles for the regularization of the Sada Bainama Act. I hope you have understood this particular concept very well. Now let's move on to the next important thing. Now this particular news is related to a new fish species that were found in the Kaval Reserve, which is there in Telangana. Now what is the news? The news is that the scientific experts have discovered new species of fish. Where these new species were found? They were discovered in Kaval Tiger Reserve of Telangana. Now, these are the first vertebrates that have the name of the state Telangana. ఈ చేప జాతికి చెందినటువంటి కొత్త జీవులు ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో ఈ జీవికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం యొక్క పేరుని సాంకేతికంగా పెట్టారండి. Scientifically, every species has a name. So, that scientific name is connected with the name of the state Telangana. So, what is the name of this new species? The name is Indorhynectes telanganensis. Indorhynectes telanganensis. Okay, this is the name of this particular new fish species. Now here you can see Telangana name is included here, telanganensis. Okay, now it is a species of loach. Okay, so this is the name given to the new fish species that are found in Telangana, that is found in Kaval Tiger Reserve. Now generally in a hill stream in Kaval Tiger Reserve, this particular new fish species with the name Indorhynectes telanganensis is found. So it has been named after this state because the scientists were of the view that everybody who came to know about this new fish species can know that this particular species was found in Telangana region, and there is a region of rich biodiversity in Telangana where new species can be found and the scientists would come to this particular state. So that was the intention behind naming this species with the name of our state Telangana. So here you can see in this particular picture, it is the picture of this new fish species that was discovered in Telangana. Okay. Now let's discuss about TS BPAS. Now what is TS BPAS? TS BPAS is nothing but Telangana State Building Permission Approval Self-Certification System. A very long name, but a short word is here. TS BPAS. What it is? Telangana State Building Permission Approval Self-Certification System. Now what is this particular thing? Through self-certification, up to a certain extent, people can get building permission. Okay, people can get building permission in Telangana. So this is the system of giving approval for building permissions through self-certification. Now let me explain to you what is this self-certification system, that is TS BPAS. Generally, those people in Telangana who want to build their own construction in an area of between 75 square yards to 600 square yards. In between this area, up to 7 meters. If anybody is having a construction up to 7 meters in the area of 75 square yards to 600 square yards, then those people don't need special certification for the purpose of building. They can give a self-certification that I so and so person is building a construction activity, means I am building my own house in an area which is between 75 square yard to 600 square yards. We will mention the area, and I am building up to this much of height, and these are my details. So I am certifying that I am not building above this particular parameters which the government has set up. So such self-declaration would be given by the citizen of Telangana. So with this, no special permission of the Telangana government is required. If the person is building more than what the parameters have been given here, that means if the construction is of more than 7 meters height and it is built in an area of more than 600 square yards, then he need to get a special permission from the Telangana government. Otherwise, they can give a self-declaration through TS BPAS and they can get approval for the construction activity. That is the entire process involved in this particular TS BPAS. So simply, you are bringing this particular facility online. The facility of approving the construction activities of a particular citizen of Telangana is brought to online format. Earlier, you need to go to the concerned office, and you have to give an application and you have to wait for the response of that particular officer. But now that's not the case. You can apply it online and you will get the approval online. So what is the use of this particular TS BPAS? That also is an important thing which you people should understand. Now, by introducing this TS BPAS, the burden on the citizen to visit the officials and wait for the clearance, this particular burden can be reduced. Okay, and it will also cut the red tapeism. Now what do you mean by red tapeism? Red tapeism is nothing but bureaucratic hurdles. Okay, now what do you mean by bureaucratic hurdles? General గా మీరు ఒక ప్రభుత్వ కార్యాలయానికి కనుక వెళ్ళినట్లయితే మీరు ఒక అధికారి దగ్గర నుంచి ఇంకొక అధికారి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాలి, పలానా ఫారం నింపాలి, పలానా ఫీజులు చెల్లించాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఇలా మీకు అధికారికంగా అధికార యంత్రాంగంలో బోలెడని అడ్డంకులు అవరోధాలు ఉంటాయి. దీన్నే రెడ్ టేపిజం అంటారండి. అంటే ఇక్కడ అఫీషియల్ యాక్టివిటీస్ వల్ల మీ పనికి కలిగేటువంటి ఆటంకాలు ఎక్కువైతే దాన్ని రెడ్ టేపిజం అంటారండి, బ్యూరోక్రటిక్ హర్డిల్స్. ఓకే, సో టు కట్ దట్ రెడ్ టేపిజం, టు రెడ్యూస్ ది too much involvement of the official rules and regulations, that particular thing is called as red tapeism. So to reduce this red tapeism, this TSB pass would be useful. And through the TSB pass, the entire transaction of approving or giving the approval to the construction activities would be very much transparent, unlike the older system. Okay, so it is a step to ensure decentralization of administrative power. See, if the power to give permission or the power to do a particular thing or to perform a particular welfare activity is given to only one person in the state, that is called centralization of power. But if that power is given to so many people, like the health sector is given to one person and the land registration sector is given to one person, and that particular person is further, that powers of that particular person is further devolved to the lower sections, the lower employees, that is called decentralization. Now here again, through TSB pass, we are witnessing the decentralization of administrative power. It is a very difficult concept to understand this decentralization of administrative power. Those who are having the background of public administration, they can understand it very clearly. I have explained it very vaguely, so you might not be able to understand it, but it's a very simple concept. I will make you understand it in a very clear manner in the later stages of our lectures. Okay, so this was the information about TSB pass. Now let's discuss about the Swachhta award that has been given to Siddipet. Now Siddipet is a district of Telangana. Now this particular district has got the Swachhta award. So on the occasion of World Toilet Day, Siddipet was one among the 20 districts which was given this particular Swachhta award throughout the country. So this award was given for creating awareness on the usage of toilets, segregation of wet and dry garbage, తడి మరియు పొడి చెత్త యొక్క సేకరణకి సంబంధించి మరియు శౌచాలయాల యొక్క వాడుకకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ప్రచారం కల్పించడం మరియు అవగాహన కల్పించడం, అలాగే స్వచ్ఛ భారత్కి సంబంధించి పల్లెల్లో అవగాహన కార్యక్రమాలని కల్పించడం, campaigning and creating awareness over Swachh Bharat scheme or program in the rural areas. So taking all these aspects into the consideration, this particular Swachhta award is given. So along with Siddipet, Peddapalli is another region which was given the Swachhta award for this particular purpose. Okay, so 20 districts from all over the country were selected for this particular Swachhta award. So from Telangana, these two places, Peddapalli and Siddipet, are the two places which got this particular award. Now here is the final item related to the November current affairs, that is great loss for the Telangana state literature. Now Mr. Devi Priya Garu has passed away. He was a versatile writer who got Sahitya Academy Award in 2017 for his book Gali Rangu. Gali Rangu. Okay, the color of air. He was a journalist basically, and he was well known for his politically satirical cartoons, and he wrote Garibi Geetalu. So he wrote this particular Garibi Geetalu, which was very, very popular. Unfortunately, we lost this particular person at the age of 71. So he was a great writer of our state, and it is a great loss to the literary section of the Telangana. So it is a very sad news. Jammikunta police station. So Jammikunta police station was one of the best police stations of India. So among the top 10 best performing police stations in our country, the list which was released by the Ministry of Home Affairs, in that particular list, Jammikunta police station got 10th rank. So remember, Jammikunta from Telangana, Jammikunta police station from Telangana, it secured 10th rank in the top 10 best performing police stations of our country. In the previous year, that means in 2019, Choppadandi police station was there, so it got 7th rank out of the 10 top most best performing police stations. So this ranking by the Ministry of Home Affairs regarding the best performing police stations was started in 2015 when the Modi Sarkar, the BJP government has came at the center. And what are the parameters on the basis of which these rankings are given? See, every police station's track record is depending upon certain informations, certain aspects, like how they address certain crimes, like the property offense, the crime against women and how the police deal with that, and the crime against the weaker sections and how the police deals with these things. And there are cases related to missing persons, and so many women are missing in the Telangana state as per certain surveys. So tackling the missing persons cases is somewhat a challenge for the police departments, and unidentified dead bodies and the criminal story behind them, finding about that particular thing. So these are certain areas where the performance of the police station is considered. So after considering these performances, the ranking is given to the police stations. So from Telangana, Jammikunta got 10th rank in this particular thing. So let's move ahead and discuss about a project by the Telangana government regarding the agriculture. Now, what is this project? Oil palm cultivation extension project. You know palm. What is palm? Palm oil. Okay. Generally, just like you have the date. Okay, dates. Khajuram antam. Acham koncham alane untai ee చెట్లు కూడా, because they are palm trees, right? అలానే ఉంటాయి. వీటికి ఈ పామ్ అనేది గ్రో అవుతుంది, దాని నుంచి నూనెని సేకరిస్తారు. సో ఆయిల్ పామ్ కల్టివేషన్ కి సంబంధించినటువంటి ఒక ప్రాజెక్ట్ ని రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ఇక్కడ తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ కేసీఆర్ గారు ఏం చెప్పారంటే, ఆయిల్ పామ్ కల్టివేషన్ ని తెలంగాణలో 8 లక్షల ఎకరాలకు విస్తరించాలి అని చెప్పేసి. ది ఆయిల్ పామ్ కల్టివేషన్ ఇన్ అవర్ స్టేట్ షుడ్ బి around 8 lakh acres. That was the vision of the chief minister. So this project was taken up with the cost of around 4,800 crore rupees. And what are the important provisions of this project? Under this project, the farmers who are cultivating this particular oil palm, they will be given 50% subsidy to cultivate the oil palm in this state. And the government of India had a committee that's known as the National Reassessment Committee. Now this National Reassessment Committee of Government of India, it said that there are 25 districts in Telangana where the conditions are convenient and suitable for the cultivation of the oil palm. So in these 25 districts, if you grow oil palm, then definitely the outcome would be much more better. So what are these 25 districts? Some of them are Nirmal, Mahabubabad, Kamareddy, Warangal Rural, Nizamabad, Siddipet, Bhupalpalli, Peddapalli, Karimnagar, Adilabad, Jagatyal, Mancherial, Asifabad, Suryapet, Janagaon, Mulugu. So these are certain districts out of these 25 districts where growing oil palm could give you better output. And one more important thing that the government is saying is that under this project, to support this project, the government is providing continuous water supply to these particular crops. And government is supporting this statement by saying that it has improved the irrigation facility. Of course, so many minor and major irrigation projects have been inaugurated in this 1 year, that is 2020. So many pump houses were inaugurated and the test run was conducted, and now it is functional. So many pump houses are functional and they are providing water to so many drought hit areas. And one more thing the government is saying is that the government is providing uninterrupted 24/7 power supply so that the farmers can draw groundwater. So these two aspects on side of the government will definitely help the farmers who are involved in the oil palm cultivation. And it is also saying that, the government is saying that as per this particular scheme, as per this particular project, if any farmer gets into oil palm cultivation, he will be getting an assured income of around 1 lakh per acre. So it is an estimated income. We can't say easily that they can get 1 lakh. It depends upon the situation. But their assumption is that around 1 lakh rupees per acre would be the benefit that a farmer would be getting who is involved in this particular oil palm cultivation. So that's the information about this particular project. Let's move ahead and discuss about the Telangana cotton. See, the Telangana cotton, it is in news because Chief Minister KCR has said that it is the time for us to brand Telangana cotton throughout the nation. We need to promote the Telangana cotton as a branded cotton. States like Punjab, they are cultivating the basmati rice. So at international level, they have promoted their brand, the Punjab brand basmati rice, and at international level, their exports has increased. So it benefited the farmers of the Punjab. In the similar manner here, CM KCR is of the view that by creating a brand image to Telangana cotton, definitely throughout the nation and if possible in the world also, Telangana cotton can have certain brand. It can get a brand image by which its demand can increase and it will benefit the farmers. See, the speciality of the Telangana cotton is that it is one of the lengthiest cotton. Okay, the cotton staple which is grown in Telangana, it is one of the lengthiest and it is known for its hardness. Okay, and one more important thing is that Telangana is the second largest in terms of the area under which the cotton is cultivated in India. So around in 60 lakh acres in Telangana, cotton is cultivated. So in our country, Telangana stands second in terms of cultivating cotton. So such a state which is cultivating a special cotton and at a large scale, then definitely it's a cotton which should have a brand image by which there will be demand for this cotton and it can get a better price. So that was the vision of KCR, the Chief Minister of Telangana. So that's why here the concept of brand image for Telangana cotton was there. One more news is there regarding the brand image that we will discuss in the coming slides. Now moving ahead, here is an important news about the Greenberg Prize. See, the Greenberg Prize was conferred to L.V. Prasad Eye Institute. Now, what is this Greenberg Prize and for what purpose this was given to L.V. Prasad Eye Institute? The L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, which is in Hyderabad, it received this particular award for in the category of Outstanding Achievement Prize. For what purpose it was given? See, this particular Greenberg Prize is given to those institutions or scientific communities which work to end blindness. Okay, so in that particular line, the L.V. Prasad Eye Institute was contributing in such a way that it could eradicate blindness to some extent. So considering their contribution, this particular award was given to L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, and the name of this particular award is the Greenberg Prize End Blindness 2020. This term end blindness is actually a movement. This end blindness movement was to eradicate the blindness and it was created by a person called Dr. Sanford Greenberg. So this particular person, he lost his eyesight at the age of 19 years and even his wife also a blind candidate. So it was his mission to eradicate blindness in the world. So it was announced in 2012 that they will recognize the work of various scientific and medical communities who pioneered in the fight to end blindness. So that's how this Greenberg Prize came into existence, and this particular prize was given to L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, which is located in Hyderabad. Now let's move ahead and discuss about the National Center for Divyang Empowerment, NCDE. First thing, what is this word Divyang? Divyang means those people with special abilities. That was the terminology given by Prime Minister Modi a few years back. Okay, Divyang means a person with a special ability. Here we are considering the handicapped person. See, they are not having the abilities like us to carry forward their own works, day-to-day works. But still, they are having different abilities. If a blind person is there, he cannot see just like we see the world. But he has the power of touch. So by just touching a coin or a currency note, he can tell what is the denomination of that particular coin or that particular currency note. Okay, that's his special ability. So every physically disabled person has a particular ability to carry forward his life. That's why they are called Divyang. So for the empowerment of these physically disabled person, a national center was created. Okay, so a national center for Divyang empowerment. So this is a special center for Divyang empowerment. Why I am telling special? Because this particular National Center for Divyang Empowerment, it is meant to support the Central Reserve Police Force. Okay, so those warriors who were a part of the Central Reserve Police Force, who became physically challenged while fighting with their enemies, to support these warriors, this center was opened by Union Minister of State for Home, Mr. G. Kishan Reddy in Hyderabad. Okay, in Hyderabad, this National Center for Divyang Empowerment was inaugurated by G. Kishan Reddy, the Honorable Union Minister of State for the Home. So it was meant to support the CRPF warriors who became physically challenged while they were in duty, while fighting the enemies. So to support them, this center was brought. Now, where this particular National Center for Divyang Empowerment is located? It is located in the campus of the CRPF's group center, which is at Jawahar Nagar, that is in Hakimpet of Rangareddy district. Okay, so it is in Hyderabad. This incident took place in Hyderabad. That's why we need to discuss it. Okay, it is a news that is belonging to Telangana. Okay, now the speciality of the Center for Divyang Empowerment is that it will help the CRPF personnel who suffered serious wounds during the operation to re-energize themselves. And one more aspect here is that various sports personalities and other professionals who are well known in the field of medical, in the medical field or any other field, they can actually come here and they will help the Divyangjan to improve their health. Okay, so that was one of the main attraction of this particular National Center for Divyang Empowerment. Okay, so that was the news about this. Now let's move ahead and discuss about the industrial parks that will be converted into IT parks. Now what is this news about? You might have heard the term growth in dispersion. In the previous lecture, while we were discussing the current affairs of November month, we have discussed that the government is with the plan of developing the Hyderabad city in such a way that it wants to expand the city towards the outer ring road. Means beyond outer ring road, it wanted to expand the city and it wanted to expand the IT sector towards the outer region of Hyderabad, so that the entire population is not congested at one center or one place. Okay, now that particular concept is Hyderabad grid, that is growth in dispersion. Okay, so that particular concept is that government will provide incentives and support to disperse the IT sector to all corners of Hyderabad. So that was the plan which we earlier discussed. Now under that, it is said that 11 industrial parks which are located within outer ring road ORR in the city, soon they will be converted into information technology parks. Okay, so in this way the industrial parks are turned into IT parks. So here the government will provide certain incentives in order to turn these industrial parks into IT parks and attract the IT giants to come and establish their entities here outside the outer ring road. Okay, so for that the government is providing infrastructure, okay, and it will also provide institutional measures and it will provide branding. Branding means it will try to promote the companies which are being established in those IT parks. Okay, and the IT parks which will be developed, means the industrial parks which are converted to IT parks, they are actually the industrial parks at Uppal, Balanagar, Maulali, Patancheru and certain other regions are there, where the industrial parks which are there, they will be converted into IT parks. Okay, so this was the information about this particular thing. Let's move ahead and discuss about TS I-Pass for tourism. Now what is this TS I-Pass for tourism? One thing is for sure that this is related to tourism. Now first you need to understand the full form of TS I-Pass. Telangana State Industrial Project Approval and Self-Certification System. That is the full form of TS I-Pass. So the Tourism Ministry has launched this TS I-Pass service. Now for what purpose this TS I-Pass was launched? See, TS I-Pass is generally an online single window system. Earlier, if you are establishing a tourism entity, a tourism company, then you need to get certain promotions from the fire department, from the environment department, and like this there were around 15 departments. So you need to get approval from 15 departments. So you need to roam from one department to another department. So it used to take so much of time for the tourism industries to get established in Telangana. So in order to clear this problem, the Telangana government is providing a single window system, and that single window system is TS iPass. So it is a portal where you can just register yourself, all the necessary documents will be provided online only, and through this single window system you will get all the approvals. You don't need to go here and there and request that person, this person, okay? So it is a single window system. So the objective through this particular TS iPass facility is that speedy processing for issue of various licenses, clearances and certificates required for setting up hotels, resorts, travel agents, tourism events and other activities. So all the tourism entities related issues that will be processed through this particular TS iPass within 30 days. So within 30 days, this particular TS iPass will provide a proper clearance to your certification or your request. So if your request is rejected, they will tell you within 30 days. If your request is approved, it should be approved within 30 days. If any department it fails to clear the application, then the department will be held responsible. But there is a time limit. Within these 30 days, the concerned department has to clear your request. Otherwise, it is deemed as an application that is approved, and the concerned department will be held responsible for that particular delay. Okay? So this was the issue about TS iPass for tourism. Now we will discuss about the National Family Health Survey 2019-2020. So the phase 1 of National Family and Health Survey 2019 and 2020, it took place. Now this National Family Health Survey is conducted all over India. Now in this particular survey there was an information regarding Telangana that in Telangana more literate men are there than women. So there is a gender gap in terms of literacy. Generally, this particular NFHS, that is National Family and Health Survey, it provides an estimate for 131 key indicators across various categories. So one of such indicator is literacy. Okay. So here, according to this survey, literate is a person who completes 9th class or more and who can read whole or a part of sentence. Such person is considered as literate, and those people are called literates who are in between the age of 15 to 49 years. So those people are called as literates. So in Telangana, males are more literate than female. Okay, that's the fact that was found in the National Family and Health Survey 2019-2020. So according to this particular survey, there was a lower level of literacy among women. So only 66.6% of women, they were literate. And coming to the male literacy, 84.8% of the males were literate in Telangana. And coming to the schooling years, only 61.2% of men have received 10 or more years of schooling, and only 45.5% of women have received 10 or more years of schooling. So this indicates the education scenario in Telangana. So this could be asked in exam, or otherwise if you are writing the group 1 examination, then you can quote this information while if there is a question related to the education scenario in Telangana. Okay, so that's why I have provided these details here. I've got this information from the Hindu and the Indian Express. Okay, the New Indian Express. Now let's move ahead and discuss about T fiber. What is T fiber? T means Telangana, fiber is the line, the fiber line to provide internet. Clear? Simply I have told you what this particular aspect is. Now the news was that ROW was accorded to T fiber. ROW means right of way was given. So it is a permission for laying optical fiber networks including underground, open trench or any other method. Now what is this particular T-Fiber. That's what we need to understand. T-Fiber is actually a program by which the government wants to provide infrastructure to different players on a non-discriminatory and non-monopolistic basis, where the government will not become a service provider to deliver internet services to households and enterprises, where different players shall be allowed to provide internet services to households and private enterprises. So here the government is with the aim to provide internet to the households and private enterprises, but the government is saying that it will not be a service provider, okay, and it wanted to have a situation which is non-discriminatory and non-monopolistic. That means if only one company is providing internet, then people have to accept the services provided by that company, and they cannot question if there is any fault in that particular service delivery. So that's what monopolistic situation is. But here the government is with the intention to provide non-monopolistic internet service. So the government is only providing the infrastructure that is needed to provide internet to each and every household and private enterprises in the state. Okay, so for that purpose, this T-Fiber program was launched. So under T-Fiber, the state government will provide the infrastructure necessary. Okay, the fiber network which has to be laid. Okay, that will be taken up by the government. So under this particular thing, network shall be capable of delivering 4 to 100 Mbps. Okay, 4 Mbps to 100 Mbps to household, and on demand it can be 20 Mbps to 100 Mbps to institutions and enterprises. Now this T-Fiber project was declared as a vital public purpose project because this particular T-Fiber project can have socio-economic impact in the state. సామాజికంగా ఆర్థికంగా T-Fiber అనే ప్రోగ్రామ్ ద్వారా సామాజికంగా కొంత మార్పు వస్తుంది, ఆర్థికంగా మార్పు వస్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే అంతర్జాలం సేవలు అందరికీ అందించినట్లయితే దానివల్ల ఎంతో కొంత సమాజంలో మార్పు రావటమే కాకుండా వాళ్ళకి సర్వీసెస్ అంటే ప్రభుత్వం అందించేటువంటి సేవలన్నీ కూడా చాలా త్వరగా పారదర్శకతతో అంటే ట్రాన్స్పరెన్సీతో వాళ్ళకి అందుతుంది. అలాగే ఏవైతే కంపెనీస్ వస్తున్నాయో తెలంగాణకి, అవి మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ కానీ ఐటీ సెక్టార్ కంపెనీస్ కానీ ఇంకా ఎక్కువ వచ్చి అన్ని చోట్ల విస్తరించేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. సో ఫర్ దట్ పర్పస్ దిస్ T-Fiber ఈజ్ బీయింగ్ laid down by the government. Okay, let's move ahead and discuss about the green award that was conferred to RGIA. What is RGIA? Rajiv Gandhi International Airport. Now this Rajiv Gandhi International Airport is led by GMR group of institutions because it was one of the company. So it was the company which helped the government establish this particular airport. So that's why it is called as GMR Hyderabad International Airport Limited. Now this GMR Hyderabad International Airport Limited, it got an award. Now what is that award? CII Green Power Performance Excellence Awards 2020. So this particular award was given in the ground mounted solar category. So in terms of having better efficiency in solar energy sector, in solar energy initiative, this particular award was given to RGIA. So generally this CII annual forum, it recognizes those organizations which are involved in providing renewable energy and which adopts best practices in generation of this particular renewable energy in day-to-day operations. So it will recognize these things. So the RGIA, the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport, it was having a renewable energy source, that is solar energy, and it was having the best practices and technological advancement in day-to-day operations. Now one more award that was given to Rajiv Gandhi International Airport was the award given by Telangana government. Now this award is known as prestigious gold award in Telangana State Energy Conservation Awards 2020, TSECA. So the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport got 2 awards. Okay, these 2 were different news items. I have clubbed both of these so that you can remember the facts. So one award that RGIA got is CII Green Power Performance Excellence Awards 2020. Another award that was given by the Telangana government is Telangana State Energy Conservation Awards 2020. Okay, so this award was given to RGIA for the initiatives it has taken up to make the airport better one in energy conservation. Okay, so that was the information about the award that was given to RGIA. Now here is one of the most important current affair of this month. Justice Hima Kohli. She would be the new Chief Justice of Telangana. Okay, Justice Hima Kohli. Remember this name. She will be the new Chief Justice of Telangana. Now, she would be replacing previous Chief Justice Raghavendra Singh Chauhan, R.S. Chauhan. Okay, every time, whenever there was a news about this particular Telangana High Court, this person was in news. Okay, R.S. Chauhan, because he was one of the member of the benches of the High Court. Okay, so this person would be replaced by Justice Hima Kohli. So the speciality here is that she would be the first woman Chief Justice of Telangana High Court. So after division, okay, prior to division there might have been a woman judge, but after division we are talking. For Telangana High Court, she is the first woman Chief Justice. Okay, earlier she used to serve as the senior judge of Delhi High Court. And here one more information I would like to provide is who was the first Chief Justice of Telangana High Court. He is none other than Justice T.B.N. Radhakrishnan. Okay, so remember these facts. This could be very handy while scoring marks in the examination. Let's move ahead and discuss about a company, an automobile company which is investing in Hyderabad. Now the company name is Fiat Chrysler. Now this particular, I'm sorry if I have misspelled this particular word, but this is the convenient way I can spell this particular word. Okay, Fiat Chrysler. Okay, that would be better. So Fiat Chrysler, it is an automobile company and it is investing 150 million to establish a digital hub in Hyderabad. Now this digital hub is the largest global digital hub outside North America and Europe, Middle East and Africa region. So such largest global digital hub is being established in Hyderabad by Fiat Chrysler. Now this particular Fiat Chrysler which is establishing this digital hub, it will provide around 1,000 technical jobs by the end of 2021. And it said that in the coming years, it will provide much more jobs. Okay, so that was the information regarding Fiat Chrysler. Now let's move ahead and discuss about the Nehru Zoological Park. Why we are discussing about this particular zoological park? Because the Nehru Zoological Park is the first zoological park in our country to get ISO certificate. What is ISO? Indian Standards Organization. It is an organization which examines, measures the abilities, the standards that are maintained, not abilities, the standards that are maintained by an organization. And if it gives a certification to a particular company, it indicates that that company is maintaining best standards. Okay, so now coming to the Nehru Zoological Park, it got this particular ISO certification for the standards it maintains in the area of sanitation, in the area of food processing, in the area of animal breeding, in the area of zoo hospital, in the area of animal care, hygiene, maintenance and establishment. So the zoological park was maintaining better standards in these aspects, so that's why it got the ISO certificate 9001-2015 Quality Management Standards Certificate. So it is the first zoo in the country to receive this certification. And earlier it got one more international standards certification. Now what is that certification? This particular ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management Standards Certification was given by ASCB UK. Okay, it was given for the standard working procedures for Nehru Zoological Park. So keep this in mind Nehru Zoological Park is the first zoological park in India which got the ISO certificate. Now let's move ahead and discuss about the hypersonic wind tunnel test facility at DRDO. Why we are discussing about this particular news? We are discussing because DRDO is in Hyderabad and the person who is leading this organization right now, he is a person who belongs to Telangana, right? So what is this hypersonic wind tunnel test facility? Here this term test facility is telling us that it is a area which is providing testing facility. One point is clear, but what kind of testing facility? What will be tested here? It is a hypersonic wind tunnel. See, hypersonic, Mach 5. If we say Mach 5, that means 5 times the speed of sound. Okay, that would be the speed of a jet or a plane. If we say the jet is Mach 5, that means that that particular jet can travel at a speed of 5 times more than sound. Okay, clear? So I wanted to clear this concept because it is about simulating the Mach number 5 to 12. Okay, so whenever the DRDO is preparing a jet or a plane which can travel at the speed of Mach, okay, so it has to test it. So in this particular test facility, it can test, it can simulate actually. Simulation means an environment will be provided where the situations would look real just to test that particular instrument. So here Mach number, to simulate Mach number 5 to 12. Okay, for this purpose, this hypersonic wind tunnel test facility was there at DRDO. Here, hypersonic wind tunnel test facility is nothing but it is a pressure vacuum driven enclosed free jet facility having nozzle exit diameter of 1 meter and it will simulate Mach number 5 to 12. Okay, so that was the information about hypersonic wind tunnel test facility. Now, the additional information is that after countries like USA and Russia, India is the third country which is having such facility to test the jets or the planes which can travel at the speed of Mach, okay, at the speed of sound. Okay, to test that, this particular pressure vacuum driven enclosed free jet facility was launched. I'm sorry, I'm not that great in science knowledge. So if I'm wrong in any aspect, please forgive me. I'm an art student. I was an art student so many years back. So if there is any mistake, I'm sorry. As far as my knowledge is there, I try to tell you what this hypersonic wind tunnel test facility is there. If you are interested more, you can go to the website of DRDO and you can get the details. Okay. If you are a science background student. Okay. If there is any mistake, I'm sorry for that. Please forgive me. Now we'll move ahead and discuss about the first monkey rehabilitation center. Now this first monkey rehabilitation center in Telangana was established at Nirmal district. Now remember, it is second such monkey rehabilitation center in our country which is established. Okay, the first one was established in Himachal Pradesh. Okay, the first rehabilitation center for monkeys was established in our country at Himachal Pradesh, and the second one is in the Nirmal district of Telangana. Okay, Telangana. So the forest department of Telangana, it has set up a campus, a rehabilitation center at Chincholi village. Okay, now in this particular rehabilitation center, up to 200 monkeys can be accommodated and they would be accommodated for a period of 10 to 15 days, and during that particular time they would be sterilized. Okay, so the sterilization of monkeys would be done to the monkeys that are captured by the panchayats, and later they would be released in the forest areas. Why this thing is being done? See, the population explosion in monkeys is actually becoming a menace because they are destroying the crops, they are disturbing the villages, and even they are hurting some kids and even the people also. So in order to control it, okay, nothing in the nature should be extravagant. Okay, nothing in the nature should cross its limit. Okay, so that's why to keep the population of monkeys in control, which are becoming a menace to the people around the Nirmal district. So to control that, the forest department here has brought up this monkey rehabilitation center. So for this purpose, 2.25 crore rupees was spent by the forest department. Okay. So it is the second such rehabilitation for monkeys in our country, that is in Telangana. The first one was in Himachal Pradesh. Now let's move ahead and discuss about MCHRD, a regional center that is opened in Telangana. Now here, what is MCHRD? Marri Chennareddy Human Resource Development Center. What is it? Marri Chennareddy Human Resource Development Center. So it is a institution which provides training to the staff. Those people who got selected to the government service, they would be provided some sort of training here. So one such MCHRD regional center was established in Siddipet district. So Minister Harish Rao, so he came to Siddipet and he inaugurated the MCHRD regional training center here at Siddipet. So such MCHRD regional centers are 10 in erstwhile district headquarters. So such 10 other regional centers related to MCHRD are there in Telangana. So among the newly created districts, Siddipet is the first district where the MCHRD regional center is opened. So this particular regional center, as I have told you before, it will provide training programs for the employees and under training staff at these particular regional centers. Okay, clear? Now let's move ahead and discuss about the Indian School of Business, which says that the Telangana Sona rice should be having a brand and the government should take steps to create a brand for the Telangana Sona rice. Earlier, we have discussed about the Telangana cotton. Now there was the proposal to create a brand for the Telangana cotton. So creating a brand for Telangana cotton was the proposal of the Chief Minister of Telangana. Now here, the Indian School of Business along with the Agriculture Department and Professor Jay Shankar Telangana State Agriculture University, these three institutions came together and studied the Telangana Sona rice and it prepared a report. And the report was called Brand Building and Marketing Strategy for Telangana Sona rice. Now, this particular Indian School of Business, in this particular report, it said that the awareness related to Telangana Sona rice is very less. That means majority of the people, they don't know the speciality of the Telangana Sona rice. The way the Punjab's Basmati rice is having a specific demand, a specific recognition, the Telangana Sona rice is not having that recognition. So it suggested that the government should take up certain initiatives. It should have a strategy to promote the branding of the Telangana Sona rice. Now why it is saying that Telangana Sona rice is a special rice? Because this Telangana Sona rice is having low glycemic index. Now what is glycemic index? It is the value used to measure how much specified foods increase blood sugar level. So that means the Telangana Sona rice is having low level of glycemic index. That means if you eat this Telangana Sona rice, there is less possibility of getting diabetes. Okay, that means it is good for health. And on the other hand, the Telangana Sona rice is having 8% of protein and 3% of fiber. So that's why it is much better than the other rice. And it is said that this particular Telangana Sona rice has a specific fragrance also. So one more important thing is that to cultivate this Telangana Sona rice, less water is needed. And as compared to other traditional varieties of rice, this particular Telangana Sona rice gets harvested 30 days earlier than the traditional varieties. In spite of having these many specialities, the Telangana Sona rice is not so popular among the public. So this particular ISB along with Agriculture Department and Professor Jay Shankar Telangana State Agriculture University, these three came together and prepared a report and said that the government should prepare a strategy to create a branding for this Telangana Sona rice. Okay, so that was the news. Let's move ahead and discuss about the plastic recycling industry that would be established at Narayan Khed. Finance Minister T. Harish Rao, this particular person, Honorable Finance Minister of Telangana, he laid the foundation stone for the plastic recycling industry on December 23rd. Okay, now where it would be established? At Narayan Khed. So for this purpose, 48 lakh is being given under the Gelevan Mission. Okay, so that was the news, and here the plastic recycling will take place. Now moving ahead, we will discuss about the issue related to regulated farming. Now the Telangana government says that it is withdrawing regulated farming. Now what is regulated farming? Here first you need to understand regulated farming. Regulated farming means the government will suggest or it will decide that which crop to be sown in which district in a particular season. అంటే ఖరీఫ్ సీజన్లో నిర్మల్ జిల్లాలో ఏ పంట పండించాలి రైతులు, లేదా సిద్దిపేట జిల్లాలో రబీ సీజన్లో ఎటువంటి పంటల్ని పండించాలి రైతులు అనేది ప్రభుత్వం నిర్ణయిస్తుంది. అలా ప్రభుత్వం నిర్ణయించాక ఏ రైతు అయినా సరే ప్రభుత్వం ప్రతిపాదించినటువంటి పంటల్ని పండించినట్లయితే ఆ రైతుకి రైతు బంధు పథకం, I got confused. రైతు భరోసా is in Andhra Pradesh. రైతు బంధు scheme will not be available to that particular person. That means the 8,000 rupees per acre that is given as input subsidy to this particular farmers, that would be stopped to those farmers who are not cultivating the crops which the government said. So that was the regulated farming here. Now under this regulated farming, if a farmer did not cultivate the crop that the government said, then he will not be the beneficiary of the Raitu Bandhu. Okay, that was one of the important aspect of the regulated farming. Now one more aspect of this regulated farming is that how the government will decide which crop has to be grown in a particular district. It will take into consideration the soil quality, the market demand, and the irrigation facilities available in that area, and it will propose which crop has to be cultivated in a particular district. So that was this entire regulated farming. Now why the government is of the idea to withdraw this particular scheme? The government says that it is not possible for the government to purchase or sell farmers' produce as it was not into merchandise. It is saying that we don't know how to sell this, how to market these products. So we can't purchase, we can't procure the crops from the people. One more reason behind this withdrawal is that the government's inability to provide bonus to superfine rice cultivators due to Food Corporation of India's certain norms. తెలంగాణ సన్న రకాలు ఉన్నాయండి మనకి వరిలో. సో ఆ రైస్ ఏదైతే ప్రొక్యూర్ చేస్తామో అని చెప్పేసి, అంటే దానికి బోనస్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తామని చెప్పేసి ప్రభుత్వం చెప్పిందో, ఫుడ్ కార్పొరేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా నార్మ్స్ ప్రకారం, వాటి రూల్స్ ప్రకారం గవర్నమెంట్ ఆ పని చేయలేకపోతుంది. సో అలా చేయలేనప్పుడు ఈ పథకాన్ని వెనక్కి తీసుకోవటమే సరి అని ప్రభుత్వం భావించింది. సో దిస్ వాజ్ అనదర్ రీజన్ why the government has withdrawn the regulated farming scheme. Okay, so that was the information about Telangana withdrawing regulated farming. Now here we need to discuss about Raitu Bandhu clearly. Why? Because there was another news related to Raitu Bandhu that 16.04 lakh riots means రైతుల్ని ఇక్కడ రైట్స్ అంటున్నారు. సో దే విల్ గెట్ 494 crore rupees as Raitu Bandhu aid on day one. This was the headline in the newspaper. So that's why I thought you should know what is Raitu Bandhu in clear terms. So Raitu Bandhu is a scheme which is known as Farmers Investment Support Scheme, FISS. What it is? Farmers Investment Support Scheme. So it is a welfare program to support the farmers to have investment for the two crops which they will grow in a particular year. Now this scheme will provide incentives to the state farmer for the day-to-day work they do, for buying the fertilizers, for buying the seeds, for buying the agricultural inputs. So for all that purpose, government is providing this amount through Raitu Bandhu. So under this scheme, 4,000 rupees per acre would be provided per season. Okay. So for both seasons, it is in total 8,000 rupees. So to support the farm investment twice a year, once during the Rabi season and the second time during the Kharif season, 4,000, total 8,000 would be given under Raitu Bandhu scheme. So the main objective of this scheme to bring out the farmers from rural indebtedness. See, generally farmers don't get loan from bank because they have certain rules and regulations. Most of the farmers don't get loan from banks. So for this loan, they go to the private money lenders and they charge more interests. So because of that, and one more thing is that they don't get much profit in this agriculture sector. So the farmers in all the ways, they get encircled by the debts they have taken. So in order to bring the farmers out of that indebtedness, the government has introduced this Raitu Bandhu scheme. So who are the beneficiaries of this particular scheme? See, the small and marginal farmers. These farmers are the beneficiaries of this particular scheme. And among the small and marginal farmers, those farmers who are involved in commercial farming. So those commercial farmers are excluded from this particular scheme. Clear? And the farmers who are tilling the rented land, they will not get the benefit of Raitu Bandhu scheme. Only the owner of that particular land will get this particular Raitu Bandhu scheme if the owner is a small or marginal farmer. Is it clear? So this was the information about Raitu Bandhu scheme. So here the state government decided to stop procurement of paddy and other crops at village levels as the centre's new law permits farmers to sell their produce anywhere in the country. This was one more reason why this particular regulated farming was withdrawn. Okay. So here the slides got flipped. That's why there was a little bit confusion that why after Raitu Bandhu this particular slide came. Okay. So don't get confused. So the state government has withdrawn the regulated farming because of these reasons, and we have discussed about the Raitu Bandhu scheme also. Now let's discuss about TIHAN, or you can call it TIHAN. So TIHAN IIT Hyderabad, what is this particular thing? For the establishment of TIHAN IIT in Hyderabad IIT, foundation stone was laid by Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank, the Honorable Education Minister of our country right now. Now you need to understand the meaning of TIHAN. The full form of TIHAN is Technology Innovation Hub on Autonomous Navigation and Data Acquisition Systems. That is regarding UAVs, Unmanned Aerial Vehicles, or ROVs. Okay, so what is this issue? See, India's first test bed for autonomous navigation systems. Here, the term test bed is very, very important. We are talking about a testing facility, right? So we are talking about a testing facility. So for what purpose this testing facility is there? So TIHAN is a test bed where the testing of the unmanned aerial vehicles and the research on these particular unmanned aerial vehicles would be taken up. So it is related to the autonomous navigation system, both terrestrial and aerial, means on the ground and in the air. Autonomous means driverless vehicles or the unmanned aerial vehicles. For that purpose, we need to make so many tests. We need to have a proper research. Then only we can launch them. So for this purpose, this TIHAN was established. TIHAN is a test bed, a test facility. So for this particular purpose, the Department of Science and Technology, which is called as DST, which is the Department of the Government of India, it sanctioned 135 crore rupees to IIT Hyderabad. So here, TIHAN focuses on addressing various challenges that are hindering the real-time adoption of unmanned autonomous vehicles for both terrestrial and aerial applications. Means, without driver, if a vehicle have to run on ground or in the air. So for that purpose, we need to do so many tests, we need to have a proper research, then only we can develop the technology. So to overcome those challenges, we need to test them. So to test them, we are having a testing facility. The name of that testing facility is TIHAN, and it is established at IIT Hyderabad. So these were the important current affairs for the December month of the year 2020. So I hope this year was good enough for you to be safe and learn so many things and introspect regarding your career, regarding your life. So I hope that this new year 2021 brings you prosperity and so many good news. So keep working. The government is saying that it is figuring out how many vacancies are there in various departments. So sooner or later, you are going to get so many notifications regarding various jobs. So gear up your preparation. So here is the current affairs crash course. Apart from this, you will get all the lectures related to the Telangana course. We are adding the latest developments to the subjects. So that's why there is a delay in providing certain lectures related to economy, and almost all the course is provided till now. Only a few were left. I'm sorry for that. I had certain health problems and I was in the responsibility to perform the COVID-19 pandemic duty. So I was busy in that, so I couldn't provide on time the lectures, but the lectures are clear now. You can have them with the latest developments in them. Thank you very much. Keep smiling. All the very best.